Hey friends, I'm Aaron Ciotti. Everybody calls me Ciotti. Welcome to the show. We're going to see today if the Meteor65 Pro frame with the bigger 35mm propellers versus 31mm on regular 65s is better than 65 regular old 65mm motor-to-motor 1.2-inch 31mm props. The Hummingbird AIO is the first that I've ever seen, which is a cross-style AIO, which is what the Meteor65 Pro frame requires you to run, but it has a VTX on board. One of the main reasons I've stayed away from this frame is that it forces you to run that cross-style AIO, and up until this point, with those, you would have to run an external VTX, which is just silly. Teddy, come here. Come here, buddy. Come here. Show everybody your botched haircut. Come here. Come on. Come on. He knows. He won't come near me. Come here. Come on. Bring me the flying squirrel, you little jerk. So yeah, we're going to take a look. This is basically going to be like the lightest Meteor65 Pro build ever in the world. we're going to do it with all off-the-shelf parts, as we always do. And yeah, one of the other things that we're going to compare here today, because we are going to fly this as it sits right now, and then we're going to move it over, is basically like lightweight, smaller props versus heavier, bigger props. We've tested this an awful lot over the years, and I know exactly how it's going to go, but it's a nice thing to revisit because people constantly ask, what's better, 65 or 75? And so, yeah, with the bigger props comes bigger motors. I mean, the bigger props are heavier, then you got to run bigger motors to crank them. The frames are typically heavier, although in this case, maybe not. We're going to see. We're going to weigh these both. Yeah, typically weight is everything. Not everything, but most. But weight is the most important thing. I've yet to have a situation where the bigger, heavier build feels better inside, shooting tight gaps and stuff like that. So, hate to spoil it, but more than likely that's the situation that we're going to run into here, but only one way to find out. I don't know. This is a really interesting frame motor prop combo that I've always wanted to use, but I could just never justify a separate AIO and VTX. It just adds weight, it adds complexity, it adds build time. It's silly. Yeah, somebody in the chat very recently said, what about the Hummingbird in the Meteor65 Pro frame? I was just like, yeah, okay, perfect. Also, I would kind of like to steal this Cockroach V3 frame for another build. So I'm going to thieve this frame from this rig. Maybe I might leave these. I really like these motors. These are the NewBeeDrone 0702 29,000 kV motors. This right here, this build right here is pretty awesome. This is the Hummingbird V3 from NewBeeDrone with a battery lead swap to BT 2.0, a motor swap, which is plug and play. You take off the 802 25,000s that it comes with, and you bolt on and plug in the 0702 29,000 kV motors that they sell. You use the Gemfan bi-blade propellers, and that's it, really. I guess this thing comes with... No, it doesn't. It doesn't come with a T antenna. Yeah, no, that's everything. That's the full build. And it's fantastic. This thing flies amazing. We're going to put a battery through it before we do this swap, just so that you can kind of see it. The hardest part about this swap today is going to be the motor leads. These are old-ass TinyWhoop.com 802EX 30,000 kV motors. I think this is the right motor for these 35mm tri-blades. 702s really don't love tri-blades, let alone bigger tri-blades, which these are. 603 is the next motor size up, but I've gone all the way up to 802, which is another step up because, yeah, these are just big, pitchy propellers. What's the, speaking of pitch, what pitch are these? It doesn't tell me. Gemfan's website will most likely tell me. Let's take a quick look. There we go, gemfanhappy.com. Come on. Here we go. And products, multi-rotor propellers. Let's just search for 35mm. That'll probably find it. 35mm by 3. So these are 0.6 of an inch pitch. 0.6. 1.4 inch diameter. 0.6 pitch. Let's compare that to the 1208s, which are the other tri-blades. No, that ain't the one. This one. What? Really? I'll be damned. The 1208 by 3s are 0.8 pitch. These are 0.6. What? I would never guess that in a million years. These 35s physically look like they have more... they really look like they have more angle on the blade. The blade is... Here, let me give you a comparison. I'll be damned. It's not outside of the realm of possibilities that those pitch numbers are not right. And I'm going to show you why. Apparently, the clear propeller has more pitch than the purple, which is wild. Look at the size of the blade. Like, the purple blades look like big old paddles. I don't have this perfectly centered here. Hold on. That looked a lot more drastic than it actually is. Hold on, let me try to get this centered. Alright, that's still not perfectly centered, but it's about as good as I can get it. Nope, there we go. So that's pretty good. I got that pretty centered. Yeah, this little clear blade, this little clear propeller is 0.8 pitch, and then the purple one is apparently 0.6 pitch. So that's actually a really good thing to have that pitch be low like that. That means the propeller is going to be like wispy and sort of easy to spin up and down. So that's pretty cool. What are the weights here? So the weight of the 35 millimeter prop is 0.32 of a gram, and then the 1208, 0.21. All right, so that is a big negative on the side of the 35 millimeter propeller. This 1208, one of the awesome things about it is how lightweight it is. The weight of the propeller is the most important factor when it comes to response time and getting a really good tune. So this 35 millimeter propeller being, man, 0.32 of a gram versus 0.21, that's a big deal. That's 50% more weight. That's more than 50% more weight. So yeah, the choice to run this propeller on an 802 is even more important. The 603 would probably not be enough for a propeller that's this heavy. Cool. So I think we've got the right motor selected here. We're going to weigh these things every step of the way. This is also a Q&A live stream, as they all are. Drop any questions that you've got in the chat, and then we'll talk through them. Let's take advantage of long-form content, and really dive into these things and talk all the way through your questions rather than just giving you short little answers that are incorrect, like your experience on Facebook groups. Hey, I have decided to let these Rotor Riot Dime 1002, what are they, 24,000 kV motors go. I got all excited and I didn't notice that these motors do not have plugs on them. I can just swap the leads out though. Why am I just realizing this now? Are they a PCB motor? Hold on. Let me confirm that it's a PCB motor. Did I not open one of these up? I think I saw that they didn't have motor plugs and I just went, ugh, and threw them in the bag. I didn't open one of these up. Hold on. If it's a PCB motor, I might actually keep it. Because that makes it an awful lot easier to swap the plugs on over. If it's not a PCB motor, they are 100% up for sale. These are not sold out or anything like that. You can buy these on Rotor Riot right now. These are the highest KV 1002 that we've got. All right, so it is a PCB motor, but they've got some liquid electric tape there holding the... That's actually really smart. I really like what they've done here. It's too small to show you, but they've got the shrink wrap up on top of the PCB and the wires to protect the solder joints, and then they've run a little tiny bead of black electric tape between the shrink wrap and the stator base. to make sure that the shrink wrap does not fall off and no longer protect the solder joints. I really like that. I think I'm gonna keep these. Although I'm gonna have to. That is gonna. What an emotional roller coaster. So these are 1002 24,000 kV, which is technically the highest kV motors available. The highest kV 1002 motors available. It's a very important distinction there. But they don't have motor plugs. So if one of you beautiful bastards has a rig that needs motors to be directly soldered on, and you're interested in these, send me a message and I'll probably sell them to you. Because A, I love that they have that liquid electric tape there, and it would be a terrible shame to have to remove it. B, it's going to be a pain in the ass to remove that liquid electric tape, to solder on a set of leads here that do have a connector. So if somebody wants these, hit me up, and I'll almost certainly sell them to you. If nobody wants them, I'll probably hang on to them and do something with them in the future. But I've got these Flywoo Robo 1002 23,500 kV motors. So the dimes are probably no more powerful than these. They might be. Sometimes when they stamp a kV number on these motors, the actual kV is significantly lower. So these dimes might make a huge difference in power. I doubt it, but you never know. You never do know. So yeah, let me know if you're interested in these motors. I'll probably move them along. I got a little carried away when I ordered them. That's the plan for tonight, my friends. Today, my friends, it's a day. It's day. It's daytime. It's not nighttime. Chuck P was first in the chat. Hockey Rounds was next. Troy Prelog, Bob Bruce, Kevin Sumner, Apache Smoke Wounded, Sniper Frank Nicholas, Hockey Rounds, FPV Flyer, Free Lojo, Off Axis, Hendrix Freakazoid, VYBN, Douglas Otwell, Gusto FPV, Tyler Walker with a $5 super chat. Thank you, homie. He says, CiottiFPV, are you running Betaflight on all your whoops? Have you tried Quicksilver? Why do so many people say it's way better? Betaflight on everything. Betaflight is unquestionably the best flight firmware. There's no arguing that. Anybody that argues that is just wrong. Straight up. Like, unquestionably wrong. There are... The other firmwares do offer unique experiences that some people prefer, and that's okay. But Betaflight is better, period. There's just no arguing that whatsoever. And it's a completely unfair comparison. Betaflight has had 20 plus developers for probably about a decade now, if not longer than that, working on this open source project, a passion project from a ton of people. And it has been the most popular and the most used flight firmware this whole time. And so there's just no way that any of the other flight firmwares, whether they're open source or closed source, are going to come anywhere near it, right? Like, that's just logic. Like, that's just, them's just the facts. I don't make up the rules, right? Like, I'm not paid off by Big Betaflight to say that. That's just the truth. Like, think it through. If you disagree with me, like, stop, put the ego aside, put your tribal alliances aside, and just actually think through it really quick, and you'll very quickly see what I'm saying here. Hey, buddy, get over here. Get over here. Come on over here. Get over here. Get over here. Show everybody your cute new sweater. Look at this little sweater. His mom got him this little sweatshirt. It's almost like a turtleneck. Look at this terrible haircut this guy got. Look at this poor dog. Does he not look so angry? Look how angry he looks. Look how German this dog looks. Ein Wein Liechtenstein. Hey, 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 hey. Is that like a German march? He looks like such a schnauzer now. He doesn't look like a little boy anymore. We hate it. We hate this haircut, which is why we keep dressing him up in funny clothes. Good boy. Good boy. Hello. I'm no longer cute. I look like... Oh! He's not cute anymore, guys. He's not. He'll just be on the other side of the room, and he's just sitting there on the other side of the room like this. But in reality, what we look over and see is it's wild. It's wild the difference a haircut makes. I love him less. It's true. I don't like that about myself, but I'm not gonna lie. I don't love him less. Maybe I do. We've all had bad haircuts. I haven't. How do you? I can't even like fake being like that. I don't know if I have ever had a bad haircut. It's hard to cut greatness and have it be bad. I don't know. I don't know how to be. I don't know how to be pretentious. I'm sure I do. I just don't know. I just don't know it. Have you tried Quicksilver? Absolutely. I've tried all the flight firmwares. Why do so many people say it's way better? I definitely don't think so many people say it's way better. I think people who are terrified of tuning and are terrified of Betaflight say that it's better. And I think that people who just have to be different, in most cases for the sake of being different, say that Quicksilver is better. I think that there are some people that something about Quicksilver connects with their brain better. Or I forget what rates. I don't think Quicksilver uses actual rates. Wait, no, Quicksilver is the one that's angle only? I don't know. It doesn't matter. It's not better, period. Absolutely unquestionable. And it's just different. So try it for sure. Like, no reason not to try stuff. It's free, right? Try it. And if you like it better, and if you think that it makes your whoop fly better, then that's great. But it's certainly not better. Betaflight is infinitely more adjustable, has much better filtering, has much better actual rates or magic. Yeah, Betaflight is God. Everything else is, just trying to, I don't know. But yeah, it's definitely not better. If you're completely unwilling to tune, you're completely unwilling to learn for a half an hour about what some of the Betaflight settings do, if you're completely unwilling to roll your little mouse over the question marks and read the little tooltips that pop up, then yeah, maybe Betaflight's not for you. But if you're willing to do just a little tiny bit of learning, Betaflight blows everything else out of the water. So that just kind of is what it is. Easy phone, easy. Thank you for the for the generous super chat, my friend. I really appreciate it. Matt Norton says, in your opinion, what's the best 65mm or less bind and fly for an amateur? Either the Hummingbird V3 or the Mobula 6 ELRS. Hummingbird V3 if you want to get somebody set up with a rig that they can contact California for troubleshooting or questions or any of that kind of stuff. Mobula 6 ELRS if it's somebody that you think can exist a little bit more on their own and search around on YouTube and Facebook groups for the answers to questions. Don't really think you can go wrong with either. As someone that's an amateur, you're probably not going to buy a rig that you then fly forever. So, yeah, the Mobula 6 ELRS is is a little bit less important because you're going to build more rigs. You're going to buy more rigs. It, in a way, makes sense to go down the Hummingbird route, get a little bit better customer service from NewBeeDrone stateside, and then down the road, go to the Mobula 6 ELRS. It also will give you a little bit of perspective, right? Like, think of the 17-year-olds that are driving around in $100,000 Mercedes-Benzes. Like, every single car after that is going to be garbage to that person, right? So when you start with, like, the absolute best, you have nowhere to go. That being said, starting with the best, you won't have to dial your muscle memory in for one rig and then change it, right? Like, this is why we see a lot of these FPV pilots from the last, like, 2 or 3 years that are able to just focus on flying only because the gear is now so good and they get really good really fast. Those of us old heads, we had to fight with the gear and the technical side of the hobby as like 50%, maybe even more, of FPV. So we didn't get the luxury of like just flying, and we certainly didn't get the luxury of just flying stuff that flies as good as it does now and crashes as good as it does now, right? Like, we spent way more time repairing and tuning and all this nonsense, which really took away the ability to pour flight time in. And we also had to adjust, like we could not develop like one set of muscle memory, right? Like, nowadays you can buy like a rig that you fly for the next 5 years and just that one specific build, because these have gotten so good that over the next 5 years they're only going to get a little bit better. 6, 7, 8 years ago, you would buy something and within 6 months it would be awful, and the next thing that you could get would be way better. But that gap has really closed down. So yeah, over the next few years, to infinity and beyond, maybe, none of these rigs are going to really fly all that much better than what we've got today. So it's a really good time to kind of buy that stuff. Long and short, you can't go wrong. If you think you're going to be a famous pilot on YouTube, guess again. No. Better try Instagram. If the goal is to be a famous FPV pilot, Mobula 6 ELRS, and just fly only that forever. Get the motor swap done, build the ultimate freestyle TinyWhoop, and just fly 10,000 batteries on that. I'm not even kidding. 10,000 batteries. If the goal is to have fun and you like tinkering around with stuff, get the NewBeeDrone rig. Because then eventually you can justify buying the Mobula 6 ELRS, and you can play around with a bunch of different stuff. And tinkering like that really does help. It is a part of the FPV learning experience. It does help to fly different rigs, and experiment and figure out what's going to mesh best for your brain. Yeah. So, good question, dude. See, Matt Norton's here. Bob Bruce, Hector Polanco, CH3FPV, CMYK FPV, Off-Axis, Denis Matovich, Feigning Goat, Matt Norton, Off-Axis FPV, Mick Mucus, CMYK again, Daniel 1964, Northern Tier, Kevin Sumner, Demon, Blind Pyro, Hockey Rounds. This is a super disjointed beginning of stream. I'm going to leave it there. If I missed you, come to the next one tomorrow night at 10 o'clock, and I'll get you for sure. I'll say your name out loud, I promise. CH3 says, what's up? Wait, hold on. I missed a bunch. If you want to talk directly to me in the chat, all you got to do is type CiottiFPV. If you do that, it'll light up an orange like this, and I'll read your message. Bob Bruce says, what's up, CiottiFPV and everyone? Patchy Smoke Wounded Sniper says, how you doing, Ciotti? And hello, you beautiful gangly gang. How's everybody doing? VYBN says, I've built a Fractal 65 Pro with T-Motor F4 BetaFPV 1102 22,000 kV motor. Wrong motor. We'll talk about that in a second. And Gemfan tries. It's been my daily flyer for like 2 weeks now, and I really like it. Super versatile, plenty of power. VYBN, you've got a very, 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 very heavy motor on that 65. 65 Pro. Interesting. So you've got these bigger propellers. You've still got way too big of a motor on there. You're going to be able to gain a lot of flight performance and runtime by going to a smaller motor. The 1102 motor is more for a 75 millimeter rig that's carrying a bunch of weight. For example, my tiny lifters, one of my tiny lifters is on 1102 motors. It's also 2S, but yeah, so this is a rig. The designation, the name tiny lifter refers to like lifter, like CineLifter, but tiny. This thing carries up on top here a 26 gram Insta360 Go HD camera. And then the rest of the rig is 30, 40 grams. This rig, the 1102s on this rig are actually too big. I have another one of these that has 1002s on it, and I like those motors better. So even like all up weight on this is almost 80 grams. So even at 80 grams all up weight, the 1102s are still a little bit too big for this. Your build there, the all up weight is probably closer to like 30 grams. So having 1102s on that, those are just giant motors. What that's gonna do is it's gonna add a whole bunch of weight to the rig for no real reason. When you go to a bigger motor, you want to think of the motor as a heat sink, and the reason why I can confidently say on those tiny lifters that 1102s are too big for that, is that I built the other one on 1002s, and I kept an eye on the motor heat. You can kind of feel it in the air. You can land the rig real quick and touch the motors. You can mainly feel it in the air though, and you can see it in the amp reading. If the motor is too small, when it spins up and down, it's going to get too hot, and it's not going to have a bit, and the motor is not going to be big enough to cool itself down. The bigger the motor is, the bigger of a heat sink it is. Also, the bigger the motor it is, you've got the propeller up here. The more of the motor is in the downdraft of the propeller, also cooling it down, right? So when I did a bunch of testing on 1102 versus 1002 on that 80 gram all up weight 2S rig, I found that the 1002, the smaller motor, still stays cool enough, and it's a lighter motor. The smaller motors are obviously going to be lighter, right? And with aircraft, lightness is practically everything. Especially when you're trying to get runtime and good flight performance and stuff like that. So, yeah, long answer to a short question, but lots of really important info there. I try to teach you guys to fish in a way and help you understand this stuff so that next time you have to buy motors, you're not just looking at some guy on Facebook's build and copying him. You're actually intelligently selecting motors that will be best for your specific rig, your flight style, the runtime that you're looking for, the batteries that you're running, all that good stuff. So, Fractal 65 Pro. First and foremost, you're also going to get better performance getting it out of that carbon fiber frame. The only real reason for these carbon fiber frame rigs, the one thing that they do really, really, really good is cinematic stuff. But it looks like you've got an analog build, and there's really nothing cinematic about that for most people. I actually have a cinematic analog build to chase the little RC drift cars, but that's another thing entirely. So yeah, you're going to get much better durability, flight performance, runtime, and thrust output by getting it out of that carbon fiber frame and into a regular old plastic frame. The plastic frames have a lot less air resistance below the propeller, to block the thrust. That's where you get more thrust and more efficiency from. You get more durability because when you smack into stuff, the motor base, the mount base will move, and it will allow the motor to move. So when you hit something really hard, this whole side of the frame is going to move. It's not just going to dump all of the energy into the motor itself. Our little tiny motors here have little tiny motor shafts, 1 millimeter or in some cases 1.5 millimeter. And the motor shaft is pretty fragile. When you take this motor and you bolt it down to a rigid carbon fiber frame, when you then smack into something, that duct pushes into the propeller, and the propeller puts all that energy into the motor. And what happens is that motor shaft will bend much more quickly than if you run a plastic frame. So the plastic frames end up being much more durable on the motors because they're absorbing the shock rather than just dumping all of that into the motor itself and hoping the motor can survive. So yeah, there are a couple things that you can do to just drastically improve the performance of that rig. Yeah, I mean, welcome to FPV, right? Like, everybody says that everything is the greatest, and then you buy a bunch of stuff, and what do you have to judge it against, right? Like, unless you've built 100 different rigs, it's really hard to compare this stuff. This is right here, right now. Like, this is what I love the most, helping you guys build stuff that's going to fly a lot better and is going to allow you to do more tricks, have more fun, all the good stuff. So yeah, my current favorite, well, if you wanna fly indoors, you want to follow the Ultimate Freestyle TinyWhoop build guide, which is basically for you. I mean, you've got a AIO and canopy and yeah, I don't know how you have that thing built, but so let me put it this way. The biggest thing that you can do to improve the performance of that rig is to get those giant heavy motors off. Those are also very low kV motors, believe it or not. 22,000 kV is pretty low for a 65 build. So if you were going to if you want to keep that build together, if you like not having ducts in view and you want to stick with the 35 millimeter propellers, the motor that I'm going with tonight is probably your best bet. This is the TinyWhoop.com EX. It's the lighter 802. EX 802 30,000 kV motor. This is going to be a much more realistic motor for the weight of that rig that you're flying there. So I would do that. I would get those 1102s off. Those are more of a 75 millimeter or even like a 75 millimeter Pro motor. And then down the road, if you want something that's going to fly light years better and be more durable and be more efficient indoors, it's got to be the Ultimate Freestyle TinyWhoop. The difference in flight performance is absolutely ballistic. And every single person, I swear to God, every single person who's followed my build guide for this has messaged me afterwards and gone, holy shit, dude, this is ridiculous. This is unlike anything I've ever flown before. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's really funny. Like, I get those messages every couple of days without fail. So yeah, but tonight you're going to get to see, I will fly the Ultimate Freestyle TinyWhoop, and then this combination here is going to be the best possible Meteor65 Pro combination. So you're going to get to see how good it is, how good this bigger propeller can fly with a better motor selection. But you're also going to see the exact same AIO and canopy in this thing and how much better that flies. So this is going to be a really important live stream for you, VYB, and you came to the right one, because you're going to get to see the difference between lightweight and heavyweight, high KV and low KV, and the difference between the bigger 65 Pro and the smaller 65. The long and short of it is that for indoor stuff, the smaller 65 is the way to go. It's more dialed in. There are more options. We've got bi-blade propellers, which outperform the tri-blades. It's really the way to go. For outdoor stuff, the 75 is actually where you want to be. This is actually a little bit too small for outdoor stuff, and there aren't bi-blades available. So, yeah, the rig that you've got right now is kind of in between. It's getting hurt a little bit from the carbon fiber frame, but you're getting the benefit of no ducts in view, which is kind of cool. Not a big deal, but for some people, ducts in view is a deal breaker, and if that's you, that's totally fine. So most of this is personal preference. But you will be shocked at the difference in flight performance by changing the motors. Like I said, the weak point in your build right now, for sure, is those motors. It's just the wrong motor. That is the right motor for a much, much, much heavier build. If you do a full 75 millimeter or a 75 millimeter Pro build, those motors are going to be awesome for that. But for a 65 Pro, those, yeah, you're dragging around like an old school big block that weighs like it's like a 700-pound motor. God, I gotta ease up with the. I gotta remember sometimes that you guys don't know exactly what all different motors weigh. It's a very heavy old school V8 that doesn't make much horsepower. You know, like Fox body Mustangs came with 5-liter 302s, big ass engine, not that big, but big ass engine. But then they would only make like 280 horsepower. Whereas like nowadays you can take a Honda K24, which is a 2.4 liter engine, less than half the displacement, and you can make 300 horsepower all motor. Yeah, so that's a weird analogy, but I always go to car analogies because I'm a much bigger car guy than an FPV guy, believe it or not. Fading Goat says audio sounds great. LOL. Yeah, it helps when the mic is on. CMYK says what's up, Gangly Gang, and CiottiFPV. CH3 says what's up. Off access drop in the CiottiFPV.com link. Thank you very much for that. This is my full-time job. I am completely crowdfunded by you beautiful people. This way, all of the info that I give you is completely unbiased. There are a couple of companies that send me stuff from time to time. There aren't many companies that do that because when companies contact me about that, I tell them like, hey, here's my deal. No matter what you send me, if it sucks even a little bit, I'm going to tell everybody that it sucks. I'm very upfront with them. And after I send that email, I usually don't hear back. But there are a few companies who are willing to put their money where their mouth is, and they want that feedback. The fact that the feedback goes out to everybody, they're okay with that. And so, yeah, a bunch of the logos of those companies are on the opening screen and the closing screen of all my live streams. But yeah, they don't get any preferential treatment. I kind of stole this approach from Joshua. He told me a long time ago that like by having the bulk of his income come from Patreon and directly from supporters, it was just like such an obvious, easy way to keep everything totally fair. And like, you know, you can say all day, every day, like, oh, I can have 1 million sponsors and still be fair. But it's like, there's going to be an invisible pressure there, right? Like, if a company is sending you thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars worth of bind and flies all the time, it's infinitely difficult to remain completely unbiased. It just kind of is what it is. Nick Burns does a phenomenal job at it. It's something that's always impressed me about him. He doesn't keep any of the stuff though. Like look at how he runs his channel, right? Like he gets the stuff, he tests it, he puts the review out, and then he gives it all away. Like he doesn't keep it all, he doesn't sell it. So it makes sense for him, and it's not his full-time gig, right? Like he has a regular job, and then he does the FPV stuff on the side, so he's not relying on the FPV stuff for income. So it makes sense that you know, he's got everything set up in a way that would allow him to be totally unbiased. The other way to do that is to let your beautiful crowd fund you. And that's what I've chosen to do. And you guys do an amazing job, and I really appreciate it, and it's awesome. So thank you for everything that you guys do. If you want to support or whatever, CiottiFPV.com is the website to do it. Join my Patreon, buy something from my Etsy store, buy a t-shirt like this one from my Teespring store. All of you car fans will understand this and probably love it. You can work one-on-one with me, book a half an hour or an hour-long session with me through Fiverr, or just message me and we'll do it outside of Fiverr. I can help you fly better, build better, tune better, fly better. We get into the simulator together and I spectate you and we have an audio call going and I talk you through stuff. Build better. I can help you stop buying $80 ESCs that catch on fire. I've done all that. Let me tell you the good stuff. Tune better. We dive into Betaflight together. If you have some rigs that are being a pain in the ass, we can get them up in the air. Every step of the way, though, I explain to you what we're doing. My goal is to teach you how to tune. Thank you, Tyler, again. We'll get to that in a second. My goal is to teach you what I'm doing so that you don't have to come back to me to retune it. I try to put you on a path where you know which sliders do what, and I literally give you, like, an upgrade path for the future of, hey, if you change this, this, or this is the slider that you want to move up and down. So that, yeah, teach a guy to fish, right? So take advantage of the dude that's been in this hobby for 8 years that's willing to share all of his knowledge. And yeah, if you've been into the hobby for 6 months and you spend like a half an hour with me, you'll have the knowledge of somebody that's been in the hobby for like a year or even like a year and 6 months. It's pretty wild. And you're going to get good quality info. You're not going to get Facebook group info, which is commonly wrong. Literally commonly wrong. The answers to questions that I see on Facebook groups, more than 50% of the time are dead ass wrong. So be really, really, really careful asking questions on Facebook groups because you can get hurt, like straight up. They're pretty safe nowadays, but there's still danger associated in 3-inch rigs and up, and you can get cut really bad. So don't let that shit happen, yo. Not worth it. Dano1964 says, oh, also there's a whole bunch of affiliate links. At this point, if you're doing an order on the internet, someone has an affiliate link to that website. Probably someone that you already watch on YouTube. See if you can find an affiliate link right at some point before you check out, and we'll keep making content for you to watch. Daniel1964 says, is there a way to connect the Happy Model AIO to Betaflight if the USB won't work anymore? Not really. You would need to like solder to the USB traces, and you would basically need to solder up another USB connector. Yeah, it's just not realistic, unfortunately. That sucks, dude. That sucks. I've had a couple flight controllers where I've broken the USB ports off, and it's like, oh man. And I've left them alone and just flown them for as long as possible, but eventually, like, they gotta go, which is sad. Blind Pyro says, on my first 65mm whoop with Meteor65 frame and micro canopy light, after a couple hard crashes, the screw post at the back snapped clean off. Has this ever happened to you? Yes, very much so. That is a very common failure with, and it's something that we've talked about a bunch, with the NewBeeDrone Goober canopies. If you think about a downward force being placed on this canopy, look at the angle of the rear standoff here. See it, the little red guy here? So if you crash inverted and you put a bunch of force on here, this little rear piece that jacks into that rear mounting post, it tries to do this, right? You put a downward force, it goes, and it snaps that rear post right off. The super easy solution is to run a longer screw in the back. So the post that you broke off in the back, I'll do it like this. So you've got that post, and then you've got a flat piece of plastic below it. And the normal hardware that they send you, the screw goes down into that post most of the way. So when you put that sideways force, it just breaks the post right off of that flat piece of plastic on the bottom. If you put a longer screw on there, the longer screw will go down through the post, and it'll actually go down through that flat piece of plastic. And then if you put that sideways force on it, it ain't breaking that whole flat piece of plastic, right? That flat piece of plastic is jacked into the ducts. It is basically invincible. So yeah, the easy solution is a longer screw in the rear post, which is exactly what this rig has. These screws are M1.2. The super easy button is to search for Modula 7 hardware, and you can get slightly longer screws. Oh, they're sold out. I'll be damned. But they are Modula 7 screws, because the Modula 7 uses these longer rubber grommets here. And yeah, these screws here, I know it's hard to tell, but these screws are significantly longer than any of the screws that anybody ships. And they will completely fix that problem for you. Unfortunately, they're sold out here. But yeah, Modula 7 hardware is what you're looking for. Looks like Race Day Quads is the only place that has it. You might be able to find it somewhere else. Google search is not the best for FPV. I've got on my Discord. I've got a Discord channel. I think it's one of the channels for patrons. Hey, by the way, you can join my Patreon for $3 a month. That works out to 7.5 cents per hour of content that I produce on a monthly basis. You can't tell me that's not worth it. It's not? Come on now. Really? You're gonna be so mean. Yeah, so there you go. That's the solution, my friend. That has happened to me a bunch of times before I figured that out. But once you figure that out and start doing it, it'll never happen to you again. Brad Mondin says, "Aren't the plugs just wire push-in? Can't you just get plugs? They are not. They are crimped, and it's a very specific, very small crimp that would be needed." Brad CiottiFPV says, "What's going on? Is anyone watching any of the Whooptopia races? Is that on now? That's rad." My favorite thing about Whooptopia is Jesse Perkins as an announcer. He is the goddamn best. Ethan W says, "I've been flying the Pusher 65mm Walksnail build, and I think that it flies just like a Cinewhoop." Interesting. How does it fly compared to when you had it set up as a puller, is my main question. Tyler says, "I have only used Betaflight, but I saw on Fractal site they say it's far superior." Yeah, I mean, they also lie about things that I've said, so don't believe anything on their site. Yeah, I mean, that's just wrong. Them saying that is just straight up wrong, which is not surprising, to be honest. I guess there's a chance. I know they, unfathomably, they like the diamond boards. And so maybe Quicksilver runs better on the diamond board. I guess that wouldn't really make much sense. But yeah, Quicksilver is definitely not better. It's just different. It's not just different. It's worse. It's different and worse. It's worse and different. Blind Pyro says, "Speaking of tuning, can someone please point me in the direction of a CiottiFPV stream where a new Happy Model F4 AIO is set up from scratch? Thank you." Interesting. Man, I haven't done a scratch build in a long time. There's no real magic to it, though, to be honest. Like, you know, I have some tuning stuff that I personally do because of how I want my footage to look, but you know, that's super personal. You guys should not follow most of the stuff that I show you in terms of like wanting this to be ultra smooth, because that's like sort of just a personal preference thing. If you want the flight field to be sharper and your footage to be sharper, yeah, you're gonna go the opposite direction of me. Out of the box, it's pretty good to go. Especially if you put nice high kV motors on it, 702, 30,000, 32,000. you won't really need to do much of anything. If the tune is not quite good enough, you can take the top two slide. I mean, the easy button is to take the master multiplier and just start pushing that up little by little. If you want to dive a little bit deeper into it, you're going to take the D-gain slider and you're going to push that up from 1.0 to 1.2. And then if you want more, you're going to push it up to 1.4 and you're going to chase it with the P&I slider up to 1.2. And then if you want more, 1.6, 1.4. If you want more, 1.8, 1.6. See what I'm doing there? You take that ratio. A P to D ratio with a little bit more D gain, thus pushing the D gain slider up to 1.2 and leaving the P&I slider at 1.0. Usually eats prop wash and gives like a nicer, more a more German feel, to go back to car analogies. If you've ever driven a German car versus a Japanese car, the German car is more supple, it's more plush. It hits bumps and just kind of absorbs them. Whereas a Japanese car is a lot lighter weight, it's more nervous, it's more like it's going to hit a bump and slam down into it a little bit harder. So, yeah, it's hard to describe a lot of this stuff without using car analogies. Brandon Woodford says, hey, I'm late, but I got here. Got caught up earlier. Very cool. Good to have you. Simon says, every time, I finally ordered and received NewBeeDrone 65mm V3 frame in the UK. Love the fluted ducts that stay around. That was my main reason to buy, but those underside screw pins that hold the battery seem stupid and likely to damage the battery. I'm getting dents from them. I have run NewBeeDrone frames with that same setup for many years, and they've never actually damaged a battery. They do leave little marks in the battery, but they don't actually damage the battery. If you wanted to, you could like take your soldering iron and flatten them out a little bit to take, you know, this and like mushroom it out a little bit, I guess. But yeah, it's not going to hurt the batteries. NewBeeDrone does that so that you can mount a second AIO on the bottom. So it just opens up. It's just a super cool little way of both giving people that want to go ham customizing this stuff a second mounting option, but also an easy way to kind of hold the battery in. So cool little dual purpose setup on the bottom there. I am desperately trying to figure out how to use those bottom. I really want to do some sort of like a pusher cinematic build with these, where I use that second set, where I cut the battery tray off here and then use that second set of posts for a Walksnail VTX. But got to figure out how to get the camera mounted first, which is currently what I'm trying to figure out. So yeah, you'll see some cool shit in the future with that. Adam C says, I'm here. H. Rich says, good to get on a stream at a decent hour. Hopefully you're well. Did you get a chance to check out Tricky FPV's Whoop edits and SRK's recent stuff? I still have those tabs opened. I'm still trying to figure out what I'm going to call those live streams. What I need a name with some alliteration, right? We have Whoop Wednesday, we have Freestyle Friday, 5-inch Friday, we have Sim Sunday. I need to figure out a fun little name that includes that like alliteration of, you know, same first letter, or at least like some kind of a rhyme to name these streams where we dive into somebody else's flight footage and tear it apart and imitate it and all that good stuff. So I had said, hey, think about it and then get back to me on the next stream. Instead of that, because that can be a mess. Over on my Discord, one of the free text channels that everybody can get into is called, where should we do this? I'm gonna make a new text channel called Name the Stream. And it's not a private channel, text, not voice. Okay. And we're going to edit channel. And the channel topic is going to be drop your best name and idea for an upcoming live stream. Drop your best name and idea for an upcoming live stream, and maybe I'll steal it. There you go. There it is. Drop your best name and idea for upcoming live stream, and maybe I'll steal it. Cool. So it's called Name the Stream. Hold on. Type this in here. And I'm going to do an @everyone. There we go. Oh, God. Hold on. I'm deleting that message, CMYK. I just want my message to be all the way up on the top there. You can repost that. All right, cool. We're good. So, yeah, I need a name. I need a name for that live stream. CMYK's suggestion is Cream. I don't understand that at all. What does that mean? Ethan W is typing. So yeah, I've been thinking about it and I can't figure it out. Frisky Friday is another suggestion from CMYK. So yeah, Freak Show Friday. Nice. Yeah, I mean, you guys can dump whatever you want in here. Here, let me show you. Yeah, you can dump whatever you want in here. Like ideas for streams, names of streams, maybe both. You know, B-Rad says Freak Show Friday. At some point, if I'm looking in here and I have like a crazy Freak Show build, I very well might call it Freak Show Friday. Kazuki with a good one. Skill Set Sunday. That's a really cool one. Kazuki is H-Rich. Very cool. B-Rad says fuck it Friday. Drone Tuesday. Remy Tim in the house. What's up? What's up? Drone Tuesday. Hanging with the Gangly Gang. Hanging with the Gangly Gang. That's what I should call the sim racing streams. Frame Friday, says Zero Taste Guy. That's a good one. That's a really good one, actually. Frame Friday. How did I never think about that? That's got FR on both. Denzilla is Awesome Day. I like that one. So yeah, there you guys go. If we can get a name for that stream that I like, then I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do more of those live streams, no matter what, where we dive into pilots' channels. But yeah, the sooner we can get an awesome name for it, the sooner we'll figure it out. Alfaxa says Free Ball on Friday. CMYK says Skill Expression Sunday. Alfaxa says Free for All Fridays. I like Free for All Fridays. That's cool. Free for All Friday, I'm gonna use when I don't have a topic for a Friday stream. Mark my words. That one's getting stolen for sure. What else we got in the chat? VYBN says, thanks, brother. That makes sense. I had the Fractal and 1102 sitting around, wanted to try something with a 1.5mm shaft. VYBN, that right there is a perfect reason to do that build. The reason that I know all this shit is because I've done all of these builds. Like, I have paired every motor you could imagine with every frame that you could imagine, and I've flown many batteries on them, and in a lot of cases I have revisited those combinations quite a few times. So yeah, what you're doing there is how I've been able to get all this knowledge, so great job. Yeah, keep doing it. Brad Mondin says, is your 78 gram 1.6 inch tiny lifter video the ideal build? Have watched it yet, but wondering if you would do anything different. Got a Runcam Thumb Pro 4K wide for Christmas, and it's only 12 grams. I don't think it is the ideal combo. I believe that build is on the 1102s. Do I call it out in the description? So let's go here, and let's go to, where the hell is it? Here it is, 78 gram, 1.6 inch tiny lifter. Nope, I did not call it out. Is there a point where we can see the ducts? If the ducts are black, then it's the 1102 rig. Oop, don't let that music play. So is there a point in here where I slow down dramatically and the ducts come into view. Probably not. I cut this pretty oh, you know where they'll pop into view is at the very end. Ready? Very end, I land between. Oh wow, you can't really. Hold on. Let's go. Look at Maggie. Playback speed 0.25. Let's see. Whee! Just looking at the bottom. Wait a second. I must have taken... Is this without stabilization? No way. No way this is without stabilization. What? Yeah, look, I lost damn, I have stabilization turned all the way off on this. I didn't realize I did that. I flew this very, very, very slow. Wow, okay. No, well, all right. I can't confirm this for absolute certain, but I'm pretty sure that the tiny lifter from that video it's the ideal build, but with the BetaFPV 18,000 kV 1102s, which are then motor limited down to like 75%. At the time of flying that, I don't think the 1002s were out. So, yeah. This build is cockroach 75 frame. The motors that you really want are the RC and Power 14,000 kV 1002s. Goober canopy. This is a file from Thingiverse. I have a link to my Thingiverse on CiottiFPV.com, and this is in there. True RC Singularity, not the ultra short, the one length longer than that. This is a NewBeeDrone Acro B V3 AIO, which I don't think you can get anymore. It's got a Happy Model EP2 on top. I've tested the Acro B V4 AIO, and for some reason it does not cooperate with 2S. I have this on 2S with a double BT 2.0 lead. It's just in storage mode here. You just pop it down, and the batteries sit in here. I just stick these up like that just to hold them so it sits flat on the desk. But yeah, the Cockroach 75 frame comes with this really, really cool battery mounting system. These four little pieces of TPU here. So you slide one battery in here, and then you slide one battery down below it. And that's it. It's a fairly straightforward build. Gemfan bi-blades, really important. Fairly straightforward build, and yeah, it lifts up the 26 gram Insta360 Go 2 really well. If it was lifting up something lighter, it would be even better. It would probably not need 2S. The decision to go 2S on this came from the Insta360 Go just being so goddamn heavy. If you're going to pick up a camera that's like 15 grams or less, I would say, you would probably not need to go 2S. You could still do it. You could still go 2S, and you would just benefit from a bunch of extra runtime, which is great for a cinematic-ish rig, and a bunch of extra power to weight. But yeah, this is a wild little build that does not get flown enough. I need to fly it more. I've tried it a bunch. Here's the one with the here's the really sexy one with the RC and Power motors. This is the one that nowadays I fly. That black one is just the backup. This is the one that actually gets all of the flight time nowadays. So I got to get all this red off of it. The red looks terrible against the pink of the motors. But like I said, I don't fly it all that often, unfortunately. I don't know what to do about... I mean, the True RC Singularity antenna, like, that's going to stay. So it's going to have that red there no matter what. I just got to get those red motor wires off there. They don't really look all that great. And as we all know, if you're not going to fly good, you better well look good. That's my motto. Zero Taste FPV says, I recently ripped off 5 pads of off a NewBeeDrone F4 V2 elrs. Do you have any idea why that could have happened, or could have just been a faulty PCB? I mean, typically, here's what I'll say. Typically, pads ripping off is from putting too much heat into them for too long. The pads are glued to the PCB. You've got your PCB, you've got a layer of glue, and then you've got the pad. When you get that pad really hot, that glue becomes liquid. And if you then push on that pad or pull on that pad or, yeah, really do anything to that pad, you can upset it on top of that adhesive, and then the pad can come off a lot easier. You want to get in and get out when you're soldering. You don't want to get it too hot. You don't want to get it hot for too long. You want to get the pad heated up, get the wire pulled off of it while it's fully liquid. You don't want to be yanking on the wire too early when it's not liquid. That's going to put a lot of pressure on the pad. You also don't want to use things, in my opinion, like the solder sucker. The solder sucker has a big piston in it and a little nozzle. And when you hit the button on the solder sucker, that piston slams down. And when that piston slams down, the nozzle of the solder sucker pushes into the pad, which you've gotten hot. So it's going to do that same thing where it's going to, you know, the adhesive is hot, the pad is here, and then you've got this plastic nozzle or ceramic nozzle smacking into the pad, and it's going to jolt the glue and yeah, make the pad less strong. So yeah, all that being said, 5 pads coming off is a bit much. So yeah, I would get in touch with NewBeeDrone and be like, hey, is this something that you guys have had going on here? This seems a bit much to me. But with soldering, make sure that it is very easy with soldering for the problem to be you. I'm not saying that it is, but that's a definite possibility. So yeah, make sure that your soldering is on point before you go back to NewBeeDrone and say, hey, what the hell, mate? Because yeah, that's 5 pads is kind of nuts. That's yeah, I don't know. Also use flux. If you're not using flux, for the love of God, start using flux, please. It makes your life way easier, and it'll transfer the heat quicker. Cleans it cleans everything up a little bit better. It's the way to go. You got to use flux. There's a little bit of flux in the solder, but you want to use an extra source of flux for sure. VYBN says, I just got my 2 sets of 702 36,000s as well, and that will be what I do daily for a while. Too many rigs, not enough time. I also picked up the 802 33,000s. All right, VYBN, you got some cool shit going. You got some really cool shit that you're about to build. Your tits are gonna come flying off because it's gonna blow them off. Nate Adams says your canopy recommendation last week is perfect. Sent 30 batteries through that 65mm HD0 build. We Bleed Screamer 702 ended up killing Happy Model F4 Cross AIO. Good for you. Fuck that thing. Thinking Happy Model Super X HD to replace it. Don't do that. That one's even worse. The only good Happy Model AIO that I have found is the regular old 5-amp F4. The X12 seems to be kind of okay, but yeah, those are the only 2 AIOs that I think you should buy from Happy Model. If you need a cross-style AIO, it's the BetaFPV Cross. That is the only one that I've ever heard people having a consistently good time with. The Happy Model F4 Cross AIO blows. I hate mine. Yeah, run. And the Happy Model Super AIO is shit as well. I've heard of so many of those blowing up. If you do go with that AIO, though, make sure that you get Blue Jay 0.16 onto it. That's going to be important. Tyler says, what do you think of a 75mm build with a carbon frame without ducts for an outdoor freestyle playground rig? The lack of ducts is going to be a nightmare. I've done that before. I have I don't know where they are now. I guess they're over there. I have a little tiny NewBeeDrone Hummingbird toothpick and a Babito that I have tried on the playgrounds, and you just annihilate motors. Like, all you do is break motors. When you're not breaking motors, every single time you bump into any part of the playground, it stalls the motor out and it falls to the ground. And then when it's on the ground, in like usually they have like those fucking wood chips or whatever. When you're on the ground with the non-ducted rig, it's commonly impossible to turtle mode over because you don't have those ducts to keep the props up off the stuff. So yeah, it's a little bit annoying. Also, without the ducts providing this nice aerodynamic drag here, the non-ducted rigs slide all over the damn place, which makes navigating them through the gaps so much more difficult. The Jungle Gym basher build is like dialed in. Like I've tried a load of different setups to accurately shoot the gaps in the jungle gyms and have a really fun time flying a jungle gym. If you take the ducts off, if you add extra weight, if you go 2S, these are things that are going to make it so much more difficult, and you're just not going to be able to do as much stuff. The beauty of the Jungle Gym Basher is it's really lightweight, it's got the ducts, it's really durable, and it just, those things make it way more fun and way less frustrating because you can just way more accurately shoot those little tiny gaps in the jungle gyms versus missing them, bouncing off of them, breaking motors, having to go home and all that shit. So yeah, taking the ducts off, I do not understand the tiny rigs with the ducts off. They're not like the purpose behind, to me at least, the purpose behind taking the ducts off of a TinyWhoop is for it to fly faster. And more efficiently. An efficient TinyWhoop, to me, doesn't really make much sense. The batteries are extremely inexpensive, and they're very quick to swap out. So just buy more batteries, in my opinion, there. Making it fly faster, like, instead of going 10 miles an hour, it's going to go 15 miles an hour. What's the point? 15 miles an hour is not fast enough. It's not a big enough speed increase to warrant losing the prop and motor protection and losing the ability to shoot little tiny gaps. If you want to go faster, go to like a 2.5 inch or a 3 inch toothpick, which instead of 15 miles an hour, they're going to go 30 or 35 or 40. And now you've got that extra speed. So yeah, I've yet to, and it's not for lack of trying, but I've yet to figure out a scenario where I really like those non-ducted 1.2 inch, 1.6 inch rigs. The thing that I can see doing with them is if you've got a yard that does not have small gaps to shoot. Because again, without the ducts, being accurate enough to shoot small gaps is extremely difficult. So if you have a yard that does not have small little gaps to shoot, but at the same time it's not big enough to where a 2.5 inch or a 3 inch 1S or 2S toothpick is the right answer, okay, then I understand it. Yeah, and in terms of the frame that you go with, just go with a regular toothpick frame, right? Like the toothpick frame design, just a center pad with arms, is the right kind of setup. No need for like A-arms or any stuff like that. That doesn't really accomplish anything other than blocking more thrust. So yeah, but if you're gonna take the ducts off, I really do recommend you at least go to like a 2 inch rig, if not like a 2.5 inch rig, to kind of take advantage and get yourself that extra speed. Basically, you're gonna take advantage of the things that you get benefits from by losing the ducts. Hopefully that makes sense. Thank you for the super chat, my friend. Hector P says, is angle mode still used in TinyWhoop racing? It is used, not nearly as commonly as it used to, but it is still used. Oh, look, a mean person in chat. Cellcook, you are banned for life. Congratulations. I think you're the person that said that same thing in a comment the other day, and I was like, I'll just delete the comment. But since you went ahead and said it twice, I'm going to hide user on this channel. And now you don't get to watch anything on my channel because you're an asshole, and assholes don't get good content to watch. Congratulations. Way to go. Freelojo dropping the Patreon link. Thank you, dude. Hector P with a $29.99 PLN. What's PLN? Out of curiosity. PLN. What does PLN stand for? Oh, cool. Polish zloty. Polish zloty. Very cool. Thank you, dude. I don't know how much that's worth, but it doesn't matter. You supported me, and that's amazing. Thank you so much. Tyler says, no question from Hector. If you have a question, fire away, man. If you have a question, type CiottiFPV and then ask your question, and it'll light up in orange, and I'll answer it. Tyler says, I'm so glad you are here to speak the truth. Thanks for your advice. You have greatly improved my TinyWhoop game. Thank you, dude. Very cool. CMYK says, Flattery Fridays. That's a pretty good one. I think that's the best one that I've heard yet. Remy Tim with a $49.99 super chat. Dude, thank you. He says, been a minute since I've given any love here. Hope you're doing well, man. I am. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well as well. I can't think of another way to word that. I was trying, but I just went. Remy Tim is an OG friend of mine, fan of the channel. I have visited him in Colorado, where he is now. He used to live in Tennessee. Visited him up there once or twice. Just a great guy, doing really cool stuff. Dan, are you still doing FPV Mentor? Dan took on the incredibly different task of getting new pilots up in the air by starting FPVmentor.com, and he was doing a great job with it. I'm assuming he's still doing it, but he does have. He's an audio engineer, so he has a real job, which can get crazy sometimes, which is great. So yeah, if you got somebody that's brand new, and if Daniel's still doing it, FPVmentor.com, friends. Gert Jan X says, hey. Tyler says, freestyle flight footage Friday free-for-all. It's a pretty good one, actually. It won't fit in the on the purple sidebar, but Gert Jan says, where do you order standoffs and screw sets 2 to 2.5 millimeters? There's not one spot, Gert Jan. Like, here's what I do. Every single time I place an order on any website, I go to their hardware section and I go through the entire hardware section because it feels like every single website has like one or two very specific, very cool hardware items. Could be standoffs, could be screws, could be any number of things. So yeah, that's what I do. Over the years, I've just done that over and over and over again. And now I've got a couple of kits here with every single screw size that exists. So this is M2 by 2. I'm sorry, M2 by 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then 10, 12, 14, 16, and then 18, 20, 22, 24, I think, or this might jump up to 30 at some point. But yeah, doing that over the years has allowed me to build this so that I'm never in need of hardware. And then I have this little one as well with just all different sizes of standoffs and different grommets and different washers and screws and nuts and everything else. And then for M4 stuff, I'm sorry, M3 stuff, it's even more absurd. Yeah, this is just all of the sizes, different colors. And then this one has a shitload of different standoffs, 15 millimeter, 20, 23, 25, 30, tons of different grommets, all kinds of, yeah, I guess you couldn't see that because it was off the bottom of the camera, but yeah. So that's one way to do it. Yeah, there's just not one website that has them all, unfortunately. So yeah, bounce. If there's something specific that you need, ask me that, and I might remember which of the websites has it. But yeah, unfortunately, there's not just like a one-stop shop for it. PyroDrone has a lot. NewBeeDrone has some really cool specific stuff. I think those are the two ones that I've hit the most. Daniel 1964 says, "Hey, last stream you were looking for Happy Model 5 amp and NewBeeDrone V3 both in stock at of all place RDQ. I ordered 2 Happy Model 5 amp just in case the ganglies are looking." Are you saying that RDQ has the Happy Model in? That would be incredible. Let's take a look. So they have the 900 megahertz one in, but we don't want that one. They have the Happy Model Cross. We definitely don't want that one. Here we go. This is it, and it is in stock. Hell yeah. Cool. Happy Model 1S F4 AIO 5 amp elrs 2.4. This is it. Awesome. Somebody has it in stock again. Very weirdly, I was organizing some shit the other day, and I realized that I must have just ordered extras on 2 separate occasions, but I have 2 extras of the damn things. So there's going to be a live stream coming up within the next couple of weeks here called "Building the Ultimate Freestyle TinyWhoop" for $150 or $160, or I don't know. I have to work it out, but yeah. So that will probably be the most viewed live stream of the year, because whenever you put a low dollar figure into your stream title, everybody watches it. So yeah, that'll be coming up. I'm good on the Happy Model 5 amp. What I do need though is the BetaFPV cross style AIO, which I have not been able to find anywhere in stock. Let's take cross out, not KAIO. Let's just type AIO in. BetaFPV. Oh, it is in stock. I'll be damned. Look at RDQ getting stuff in stock. All right, cool. So yeah, I'll be ordering this off of here. What was the other thing said? NewBeeDrone V3 both in stock. Okay, gotcha. Oh my God, look at that! Hey, mass adhesive. Way to go, fellas. We've been using this forever. They sent me a sample ages ago, and we've been talking about it ever since. Very, very cool stuff. Get it directly from Mass Adhesive, though. Hook them up. Don't go through a reseller. Oh, that's interesting. So there's no reason not to buy this to get started. I mean, when I do that stream, I'm going to do it piecemeal, because I think you can still save a little bit of money. These 802 19,000s, the only thing you're going to do to these is sell them to someone doing underground whoop racing league. Speaking of, wait, hold on. I have to, if I don't leave this open in a tab, I will not remember. Okay. Speaking of, I've got 2 sets of perfectly good Happy Model EX, the light ones, 802 19,000 kV motors for sale. So if you want to get in on so this is a spec. Well, I think the spec for them is an 802 19,000. This should work. This is the lighter weight 802 19,000. Can anybody in the chat confirm if the EX version of the 802 19,000 is okay? Yeah, these are for sale. That set has the plugs still attached. This second set here, 2 of them are set up to direct solder, and then 2 of them have the connectors, and then there's actually 1 extra motor that you'll get that doesn't have the connectors. If you're going to be, for racers that want to be competitive, they have a tendency to direct solder the motors. I've done it before. I've really not seen a difference. I would rather it be easier to move the motors around than save 0.12 of a gram or whatever the hell it is and deal with direct soldering the motors. But that's just me. Remy Tim, thank you again for the super generous super chat. Daniel, thanks for the tip on that stuff in stock. Boy, is it hard to find things in stock nowadays. Simon says, just this minute landed Mobula 6 #1 in a bowl full of water in my sink. It'll be okay, not my first rodeo. But why do these things always land in the only place you don't want them to? Yeah, for sure. Also, Simon is just from Simon. For some reason, it tickles you. What do you mean? Simon is just from Simon. Yeah, I don't know. Simon Says is a what is it? A kids game? It's also a song. I actually really. It's a song by is it Dilated Peoples? I think. It's a really no. I forget who it is, but yeah, Simon Says is a popular kids game here in the U.S. CMYK says, honestly, my 75mm 802 27,000 kV isn't as fun to fly as my 65mm Ultimate TinyWhoop Outdoors. 60 batteries into the 75mm and still trying to find the benefit for my flying. Maybe more kV will help. Interesting. I'm on the other side of that. I really prefer the way that the Jungle Gym Basher build, which is a 75mm build on 802 27,000s, flies outside. It's got a little bit more weight. It's got a little bit more power. The 65mm Ultimate TinyWhoop is absolute and utter magic for sure, and it will definitely be more accurate. But yeah, different strokes for different folks. There's no right or wrong answers. You know, like everybody always asks what the best is, and without beating a dead horse, I try to always explain that there is no best. There's just better. Some cases there is best, but it's pretty rare. So yeah, interesting. Ruby Tim says, I've mostly stopped off since my day job has taken off in wonderful ways, but I'll never ignore someone messaging me asking for help. There you go. In terms of FPV mentor. Awesome. That's great, man. That's perfect. Gert Jan says, do you know where you got those sets you just showed? What sets I just showed, Gert Jan? I just showed like a half a dozen things. Michael Hill with a $10 super chat. No comment. Thank you, brother. Support means a lot. I really appreciate it. CMYK says 60-second explainer on getting more throttle resolution on whoops. Expo midpoint. The default throttle curve is like this, fully linear. You push the stick up, you get more throttle, 1-to-1. When you start to add throttle expo, it takes this linear and it puts an S curve into it. Wait, no, it does it the other way. I don't know. It makes it go steeper and then flatter and then steeper. So the amount of expo you put in adjusts how drastic the S curve is. And then the midpoint value adjusts where this flat part of the S curve is. And so what you want to do is don't add any expo, take your rig out, fly it around, put the throttle value in your OSD, fly it around in your normal place that you fly the most often, and glance over every time you're cruising flat and level, glance over at the throttle value. What you want to figure out is what your cruising throttle value is. What is the normal throttle value that you cruise around most of the battery? Best case you would be to DVR it, and then watch the DVR back and just stare at that throttle value. And what you want to find is what throttle value are you at 90% of the battery. There's going to be a number. It's the number that is the cruise value. We cruise around at roughly the same speed most of the time, and so that'll be like 36% throttle or 38% throttle or 45% throttle. It depends on you. It depends on how fast you fly around and how big your space is. Bigger spaces, you're going to fly faster. Smaller spaces, you're going to fly slower. So you got to figure out what your cruising throttle value is for the space that you most commonly fly. And then that's your midpoint. That's what you want to put the expo midpoint at. And then the expo amount is totally personal taste. I run on the TinyWhoops an amount of 40, which is a lot. On my Cinewhoops for work, I run about that same amount, 30 to 40. On the freestyle rigs, I only run like a value of 10, because freestyle rigs, sometimes you go really fast, sometimes you go really slow. And the more expo you run, the more specific that rig is going to be for the specific speed that you've dialed it in. There's That's the closest to 60 seconds that I can do. Pharaoh Munch, good call, DJ Dubs. Thank you. Pharaoh Munch is who did Simon Says. Blind Pyro says, my motors sound angry when I chop the throttle. I remember you saying that they should be silent. Can you please advise on what I've done to the tune to make them happy at 0% throttle? As soon as you chop the throttle, the motors go, and they kind of angrily ramp back up. That is too much anti-gravity. The anti-gravity value boosts the P gain when you quickly move the throttle up or down. So if you move the throttle, it won't really happen when you move the throttle up quick because it's already blasting full power. But if you move the throttle down really quick, that's going to trigger anti-gravity. And if your anti-gravity setting is too high, it will literally spike the RPM on the motors, which you don't want. When you chop the throttle, you want it to drop as quickly as possible. You don't want it to drop for a split second and then have a burst of power and then drop again. So yeah, if that's what's happening, it's an anti-gravity issue. If when you're flying and you go to zero throttle and the motors don't spin all the way down, that's a situation where you've got too many vibrations getting into the gyro. You can either make less vibrations get into the gyro with a more fresh set of propellers, a more fresh set of motors, a better, more stiff frame. This is one of the main problems with the Meteor65 Air frame is it's so light and it's so wobbly that it doesn't isolate the motors and the props vibrations from the AIO board. The other option, if you're not going to fix the mechanical system, is to take P, I, and D gain out of the PID loop. So move the master multiplier down, or move the D and the PI sliders down. Sometimes you can add more filtering to help with this issue, but usually that doesn't help. Usually you've got too much. 99% of the time, the props are fucked up, the motors are fucked up, or the frame sucks. The other 1% of the time, you've pushed the PID gains too far. But if you've pushed the PID gains too far, you know about that. You've done that. So usually those folks won't be asking the question. Had Simon says here too, circle thing with 4 different slap buttons. Is that how it's played here? I haven't even thought about it. Simon says, isn't Simon Says just, I don't remember what the hell Simon Says is, to be honest. Isn't it where just you tell people to do something and then they have to do it? No, that's just getting older. Blind Pyro says, my build is Happy Model FV, F4 AIO, TinyWhoop 32,000 kV motors, Meteor65 frame, micro canopy light. That build's gonna rail. Simon comments, by the way, massive thanks to you for answering all Q&As from everyone with so much detail and attention. Rare. It's why we all love and appreciate you, and subs to your Patreon. Thank you, dude, for saying that. This is my brand of the internet, so it's cool that people understand the value of that. CMYK says, thank you for doing this today. Very cool. CMYK, keep in mind that your midpoint is incredibly important, and your midpoint might need to shift up or down a little bit. When you have when you have no throttle expo and you find that hover point, when you then add throttle expo in, it actually kind of changes that hover point a little bit. So do what I said, put the throttle expo on, and then do it again. Keep an eye on your that's it. Bob Noxious. Yeah, right. Simon Says is the 4 different colors. That's right. I'm not going to call myself dumb because I'm not dumb. I'm working on not hating myself as I have been for the last 2 years in therapy. And the things that we say have a lot to do with that. Yeah, that midpoint might need to shift around. And keep in mind, if you fly that thing inside, you're going to have a totally different hover point than when you're flying it outside. And so, yeah, using throttle expo on rigs that you fly outside is difficult. Because you tend to have a more dynamic flying experience outside. You go really fast, you go really slow. You go really fast, you go really slow. That is a setting where throttle expo doesn't really work. Throttle expo only helps the situation in that flat spot. So throttle expo is really only a good idea if the rig that you're putting it on is going to almost always fly at roughly the same speed. So that's why it works really well on Cinewhoops, right? Like Cinewhoops, we tend to like lock in to like 15 miles an hour and just fly it at roughly that same speed. It's meant for slow footage, even though it is being flown outside. I thought so. See, Danzilla Terrible, thank you. So, Danzilla Terrible says, no, the electronic game is just Simon. Simon Says was a game where people had to do what you said. See that? But only if you prefaced with Simon Says. If you did it without that, you were eliminated. That's right. That's Simon Says. Yeah, so the Simon Says is like, Simon says walk forward. Simon says Simon says stop. Simon says walk forward. Stop! And if anybody that stops, they're eliminated. That's right. Yeah, see? I'm not that insane. Tyler W says, can you save a little weight by direct soldering your motors? You can. It's like 0.12 of a gram or something like that. It's practically nothing. And it's not worth it. Somatic Cinema's in the house. What's up, brother? How are you? All right, hold on. I skipped some of Chad. Blind Pi- oh no, we got that. Moog Apfl. It looks like Alpha, but it's APLHA. I'm just gonna call you Moog. Moog says, my drone slightly yaws to the left. If I put the yaw center to 1420, it is stable. Is there another way to solve this problem? It sounds like your gimbals in your left gimbal in your transmitter is on its way out, Moog. Replace it. That is a very common thing. The left side gimbal gets a load of abuse because we move the throttle up and down so quick. So yeah, the left gimbal on our transmitters really gets its ass beat. Expander, good call. Trim. Yeah, this could be a trim issue. Make sure that your trim is centered on your left gimbal, on your transmitter. Also, in OpenTX, you can change that the left center point. So if you don't want to do it in Betaflight, you can do it on the transmitter, but you shouldn't have to do it at all, which is why I think that your gimbal is on its way out. So yeah, if it has always been like that. Oh yeah, good call, Expander. Expander says, does it do that in the sim? That's a great. That's how I figure out if my gimbals are on their way out. Is if I fly a rig and it's doing like a weird thing, and then I take my transmitter and I plug it into the simulator and it's doing that same weird thing, it's the transmitter. It's such a funny but brilliant way of troubleshooting that. So yeah, you can. If it has always been like this, and if it's like this on all of your rigs, it's the transmitter, and you can and you should fix it in the software because it's always done it. If it has recently started doing this, then it's been getting worse, then the gimbal is definitely on its way out. If it only does it on that one rig, fix it in Betaflight. Moog says, no, it is tuned. It is only this specific quad. That's really weird. Are you using a separate model in your transmitter for that specific quad? If so, that model in your transmitter is messed up, and you can fix it in there. If you're using the same model in your transmitter as other rigs, and only that specific quad is doing it, that's the weirdest thing I've ever heard. I guess the gyro is messed up in that quad. Because there's nothing in Betaflight that would do that. That's super weird. My only guess would be that the gyro is screwed up in that quad. Does it do anything else weird? That's a weird one, brother. Good job. it is not often that I'm stumped, but that almost has me stumped. Tyler says, you convinced me. I'm now swapping my build back into a plastic frame from the Fractal as we speak. Yeah, you'll like it better. Pretty much everything gets better. Moog says, oh no, we got that. Blind Pyro says, first time catching your stream live, and it's awesome. Thank you for all your priceless advice. Certainly welcome. Thanks for the kind words. Tyler also says, oh, we got that. Brandon Woodford says, got it. Yep. All right. It's been an hour and 50 minutes, and now we can do the thing that we were talking about. I know I say this a lot. I apologize for beating a dead horse, but the most value that I can give is the Q&A. So I do the Q&A first and foremost, and I talk everything out as much as it needs to get talked out, and then we do the main subject. But yeah, the Q&A is the thing that I can do that will help the community the most. So that's what I kind of front load on these streams. Moog says, so I have to buy a new flight controller. The gyro is screwed. I mean, if it flies okay otherwise, I would just let her rip. And eventually that flight controller will explode and you'll have to replace it anyway. They all eventually do. If there are some flight issues with it, though, you have found the problem. That being a bad gyro. Hold on, I'm just getting this focused here. So, yeah, if there are any other flight issues with that rig over some of your others, congratulations, you just figured it out. That's hard to do sometimes. If it's totally fine, though, just do what you already did and let her rip until it implodes. So, yeah. But, man, there's just nothing in Betaflight that would cause that to not be centered, really. So, first thing we're going to do is fly this Hummingbird V3 that has been kind of fully upgraded. Not fully upgraded. I could technically switch the camera and the canopy to save a little bit of weight. But I don't have a problem with this camera and canopy. I actually really like the Goober canopy. It's not my favorite, but I do dig it. And the BI camera is great. I really do like the BI camera with the NewBeeDrone AIOs. So we're going to keep this as is for right now, and we're going to put a battery through it as a baseline here, and then we're going to switch this thing over, and it's going to fly much worse. Just being honest. But we're going to be all right. That's fine. A lot of the experimentation I do ends with me building something that flies worse. That's okay. You know, that is a part of... welcome to science. Hector says, thumb or pinch? Is this only a preference? Totally a preference. For me, it's pinching all day. Beltran Garcia says, favorite Tanky 3-inch frame? I don't like Tanky frames because the tankier the frame, the more motors you're going to replace. And motors are much more expensive and much more annoying to replace than arms. So for me, the ideal 3-inch frame is the Quadmula Siren F3, either the regular or the split, whichever. And let the arms break, buy extra arms for cheap, and replace them with a couple of screws, and save your motors. In crashes where the motors hit the ground, if the arm breaks, the arm will more slowly let that motor drive itself into the concrete. If the arm doesn't break, that motor is done. Just done. So, yeah, that's really what I prefer. Technically, I guess the answer to your question would be the Grinderino frame. I'm really struggling with the top plate of this frame, though. There's a ton of carbon fiber in view because of the design of the top plate here. Having this angle go this direction instead of going in... so this carbon angles in like this, which is the opposite of the field of view. Typically, you want the carbon fiber to angle out like that, so that the field of view of the camera matches the carbon. With this design, in the top of your frame, you get these little black carbon fiber teeth, and it just drives me mad. If you don't care about that, then yeah, that frame's great. It's technically not a 3-inch frame, it's a 3.5-inch frame, but it's about as tanky of a frame as you're gonna find. So yeah, but that's why you've not seen much from that frame, is that I'm okay with props in view, but carbon fiber in view drives me nuts. It almost makes me like claustrophobic in a weird way. All right, so this is the Hummingbird V3 with BT 2.0 and a motor swap. And I'm gonna have to go from HD to why is that not working? USB 2.0 camera. What's happening? Here it comes. Oh, hold up. Let's cycle the power on the little VRX over here. Oh, let me unplug the TinyWhoop. Hold on. Hold on. All right. Unplug. Replug. Come on, get in there. Come on. Come on. Get. Why can't I plug this in? What is wrong with me? There we go. There we have it. Okay. And get. There we go. Up. Okay. Hold up. Got it? All right, hopefully that's better. Please be working. Oh, now it's all gone. Should be okay. Hold on. USB 2.0 camera, where are you? Please be working. Please be static. Yes! Okay. Here we go. NewBeeDrone Hummingbird, BT 2.0, folded cell, 300 mAh battery, Gemfan biblades, 0702 29,000 kV, ball bearing motors from NewBeeDrone. Here's your baseline, friends. Oh God. Great baseline. Oh my God! Alright, hold on, I gotta get used to this. Oh God! Hold on. Getting used to it. Alright, we're good now. Oh God, we're good now. Oh God! Hard to see where I'm going. It's the OSD that NewBeeDrone uses, the OSD chip that they use, doesn't do as good of a job as the gigantic OSD chip that the rest of the industry uses. And so you get this like slight muddiness. Not slight, you get a legit muddiness of the image. Well, that was just so awkward. That was me flying like a complete buffoon. Oh, don't you do it! Don't you be stuck under the couch! Stop it! No! Don't make me walk! Yeah! Nope, missed it. Oh, so close. Get out of there, get out of there. Impossible power loop! Oh God! Oh boy, it hit me. Alright, so this is your quick baseline here. Oh God! I am so used to flying the ultimate freestyle TinyWhoops that it makes flying anything else a little difficult. I feel like this isn't traveling in a perfectly straight line. I don't know. I'm usually not this inaccurate, but I mean it is a Sunday. I did not get much sleep, so there we go. Now we're getting a little bit into it. I don't know if it went through this gate. I don't think it did. I'm having a hell of a time with the CiottiLoops through these gates. Okay, overshot that one. Let's try it one more time. Fuck you! Stop! Stop! Gate. The gate is so small. The hole in the gate is so big. I got it through there, but couldn't nail that exit. There we go. Ah, we were starting to get into it. 3.41, 3.38. This battery is done. There we go. 2 minutes and 37 seconds. Who cares about runtime? Let's see what the battery's bouncing back up to. You can't see. It's off the bottom, but for me, it's 3.62. So we ran this battery a little bit too far down. It's okay. All right, let's see what this is like in the other frame. I'm cautiously optimistic about this. This stream's going to go a little bit longer. It's going to take me a little bit of time to make this switch, mainly because I'm going to have to desolder and solder new motor connectors onto these 802EX 30,000s. So, yeah, this is going to be a long one. But hey, you don't have to pay extra unless you want to. You don't have to pay extra for the extra live streaming content today. I will allow you guys to stay free of charge. All right, yo. Let's dive into this here. So we are going to. Here's a little trick. If you want to do some testing for yourself, one of the best things you can do is buy a couple of extra frames and put motors and props on those extra frames. And then all you need to do to go between testing 702 29,000s to 802 30,000s is take 1, 2, 3, 4 screws out, unplug the motors, take the center section out, drop it into the other frame, and away you go. In terms of testing stuff, one of the things that makes it's so difficult is the time between is too much time going by between flying one and flying the next, because you just forget, like you just forget what the one rig felt like, and that's super important when you're testing stuff, because there's not a whole lot of data that we can rely on with these. Like most of the we don't have sophisticated enough, like basically wind tunnels to test these motors and props in a way that mimics what actually happens in the air. Like actual in-flight testing, although it has the least amount of like controllability, is the most important, because once this thing is moving through the air and there's there's like an inflow of air to the propellers, everything changes. The bench propeller testing goes right out the window. And we've seen that time and time again with TinyWhoops over the last year and a half. It's why we didn't have these crazy high kV motors for a long time, because on the thrust stand, 702s, for example, that are north of 30,000 kV do not make any more power. But then in the air, where there's inflowing air, they make a huge difference, all the way up to 36,000 kV. So that's an important thing to kind of keep in mind. All right. You could also make the argument that moving the center section like this is a better way of head-to-head testing than building two identical rigs, because the quality control on our electronics is pretty shitty. So by building two identical rigs, you could have two different not different gyros, but you could have gyros, one gyro that's in better condition than the other one right out of the box, and so one rig will always fly better than the other. So by moving the flight controller like this from one frame to the next, you eliminate that possibility. The only problem with doing it this way is the time, like I said. And especially today, there's going to be a big amount of downtime because I now need to pull these motors off and change the connectors out to the specific connectors that will work on the NewBeeDrone AIO. If you don't know what I'm talking about right now, NewBeeDrone uses a slightly different plug that's slightly smaller on their AIOs. They do this to save space. So if you were ever wondering how the hell NewBeeDrone has managed to make such a lightweight cross-style AIO that also has a VTX on it, which nobody else has been able to do, this is one of the ways that they've been able to do that, by going to a smaller plug that takes up less real estate on the AIO. The main way that they're doing it is with the different OSD setup that they run. They use a significantly smaller chip to drive the OSD. Unfortunately, there are never any free lunches, and that is the reason that the video quality out of the NewBeeDrone rigs is slightly worse than all of the other rigs. Everybody else chooses to stick with the gigantic OSD, like ancient OSD chip, and you get a little bit better video quality because of that. If there wasn't that difference in video quality, everyone would probably go over to NewBeeDrone's style of smaller chip with built-in OSD. Although one of the other problems with it is that they have to have their own hex of Betaflight for their specific OSD chip. But if more people went to that OSD chip, I'm willing to bet that Betaflight would figure something out, or just, yeah, deal with it. There'd be a preset, or there'd be some magic. But yeah, the little tiny chip that they use to drive the OSD, the OSD is shown on a transparent layer. Think like Photoshop layer. And that the transparency of that layer with the smaller chip is not quite as transparent as with the ancient giant OSD chip. So there's your full answer that you didn't even ask for. But now you know. So yeah, the NewBeeDrone uses, so the entire industry uses JST 1.25 plugs. NewBeeDrone, as you can see here by the little package, uses, now you can't see here because this camera sucks donkeys. NewBeeDrone uses JST 1.0 motor plugs, which are slightly smaller. 1.0 is a smaller number than 1.25, and thus the plug is slightly smaller. So there's that. All right, let's get it going here. What are you guys talking about in chat? New Happy Model Modulus 6? Yeah, I still haven't actually watched Nick's video about it, but like a bunch of you guys have told me a bunch of stuff about it, so I'm like, I'm not really excited. I get the feeling that it's not going to be better than the current one, which is really annoying. But I don't know. Maybe it will be better. As long as they don't discontinue the current AIO, here's what I'm going to say, my friends. Buy yourself a couple extra of these Happy Model elrs F4 5 amp AIOs before they're gone forever. And you can, look, I have had this happen a fucking bunch of times now, where I finally find an electronic component that I absolutely love, and it's super durable, and it's cheap, and it's sort of available, and then these motherfuckers discontinue it, and they don't replace it with anything that's as good. This has happened to me at least a dozen times with micro parts over the last like 4 or 5 years, and I'm so sick of it. I have 2 extra of these Happy Model AIOs right now. I will probably buy an extra 2 so that I have 4 total. I have a feeling I'm going to do a build with one of these and then maybe like sell that build or give it away or something like that. I don't necessarily know if I need 4 of these extra AIOs, especially because I have like 3 of them that are up and running now, and I don't want to be a complete lunatic. But God damn it, I didn't weigh it. Oh! Hold on. I'm going to weigh it. I specifically said at the beginning of the stream that I was going to weigh everything every step of the way. And then I just blatantly didn't. So you know what? That's my bad. I'm going to make it right. All right. We're going to do all dry weights because we all run the same batteries. You should be running the same batteries. The folded cell BT 2.0 batteries are 1,000 times better than anything else available. So if you're not running them, you're missing out. There is absolutely no reason to spend any money on any other battery. Like, these are so much better. Okay, so we're not going to put it back together or anything like that, but we are going to weigh all of the components on the upgraded Hummingbird here. So, hold on. And frame with motors, canopy and camera, screws. Let's put these screws on here as well. All right, so our baseline that we were just flying, let's load the scale up and let it come back, is 19.37, call it 19.4 grams. Somebody type CiottiFPV 19.4 grams into the chat, please. It's a good weight, man. Anything below, if you can get a 65 millimeter TinyWhoop below 20 grams, you're doing a good job, and you're going to have a really good time with it. That is a nice round number in terms of weight. That if you can get below that number, it's going to fly really good, and it's going to be super nimble and agile and accurate indoors. All right, so we got some work to do before we can weigh the rest. Nope. You know what? I can weigh this. I can weigh this right now. I have the motors, I have the props, I have the screws. Let's weigh this right now. So from 19.4 to this setup, what's going to happen here? All right. So we are going to put these motors on, those propellers on. We're going to get these screws into this build. Yes, the weight of the screws really does matter. And then we're going to use these screws for the canopy. And so we are going to go from 19.4 grams up to, whoa, wow, 21.26. Call it 21.3, call it 21.4. So we are going to gain 2 grams, and I'm not totally. So I mean, we are going from 702 29,000 to 802 30,000, but the 702 30,000-ish kV motors are so good that, like, I don't know if we're going to really make that much more thrust. Maybe we will. Maybe we will. The long and short of this little experiment is that this is me building the lightest possible Meteor65 Pro. The Meteor65 Pro being a frame and propeller that up to this point, I've had no interest in, because we don't need a slightly bigger propeller. We need less weight. Weight is the thing that really improves the flight performance of these tiny little indoor TinyWhoops. So yeah, this is just kind of, if I'm completely honest here, this is me doing something that everybody asks for a lot, and I always explain the theoreticals, and then I feel like I'm letting people down because I haven't actually tested it. So this is me actually testing it, and there will be a live stream that lives on forever showing a 702 29,000 kV powered rig flying better than a Meteor65 Pro rig on what I consider to be the best possible motor and propeller combo for. I mean, we're certainly not going to run quad blade props. Like we've learned for sure that those aren't the answer. And there aren't bi-blades in this 35mm size. Yes, technically speaking, you can take a set of the quad blades and cut 2 of the blades off. In doing so, that propeller is never going to be perfectly balanced. And when propellers aren't perfectly balanced, you can't get your PID tune cranked up to a point where it eats all the prop wash, and it sounds bad, and you don't get as much runtime or power because of the vibrations. It's not something that I'm interested in doing. Yeah. And like, technically we could bug the shit out of Gemfan to make a 35mm bi-blade, but we don't need the bigger propeller. The bigger propeller isn't solving any problems. The ultimate freestyle TinyWhoop gets 3 minutes of runtime. It's as light as we're gonna get. Like, it's the right size. This is not the right size. If this were the right size, more companies would do it. When you see like one company do a thing and say like, this is the best, you need to buy it, but then nobody else does it, I think I can say more often than not, I think that's a fair thing to say, that company is just trying to sell you something, which, hey, I mean, that's their job as a company, I guess, you could say. I don't know. But yeah, I'm not going to fault people for wanting to sell stuff, but it is kind of annoying that they'll have a tendency to say, this is the greatest thing ever. And like, you know, for new folks, they can read that and be like, oh, well, they don't have a reason to lie. They have all the reason in the world to lie. Oh, man, this is clogged again. Nope, there it goes. All right, so when you're desoldering the leads from the bottom of these little motors, yes, use a little bit of extra flux, but be very careful. Do not use a ton of extra flux, because what I've had happen before is when you hit the flux with the soldering iron, it flows a little bit, and if you put too much flux on, it has the potential to flow all the way up to the bushing of the motor, and then the motor won't spin right anymore because flux is very sticky. So yeah, use as little extra flux on these little tiny motors as you possibly can. All right, so this is a job for a little tiny set of tweezers for sure. And clean the tip of the soldering iron, and I'm going to try to remove all 3 of these at once. So that's going to allow me to grab. So this is that mass adhesive electronic group. So you're going to push the motor down into it, and it's kind of tacky, so it's just going to hold the motor. Grab out here, soldering iron flat on all 3, rock it back and forth a little bit, pull them. There you go. That'll remove all 3 in a hurry. You're going to then take the little bit of shrink wrap off of here because you're going to reuse that. This is what protects these solder joints. So just hang on to this. This is a motor plug with a little red dot on it. So I'm going to use the red NewBeeDrone cables for that in its place, I should say. Get out of there. All right, looks like I cut this one down already. I don't need these to be anywhere near this long, so let's shorten these up a little bit. Do I really not? Hold on. This is like a fresh set of these. Hold on, do I not have a little short set of these smaller plugs? I guess this would be that one. Is this long enough? Hold up. look at something real quick here. Actually, no. You know what? I'm gonna run these. I'm gonna run these full length because these motors could end up on a 75 millimeter build where I need this extra cable length. So yeah, I'm gonna run an absolute brand new set of these NewBeeDrone JST 1.0. They're not really NewBeeDrone plugs. They're just JST 1.0 plugs. But NewBeeDrone is who famously uses them and sells them in these little baggies. They might actually give them away. Why do I have 2 of these leads in here? Hold on. All right, yeah, we need these 4. And then, wow, I gotta order more of these. I'm running out. Although, didn't I just see one on the desk? Here's the difference, by the way. This is JST 1.25 on the left, 1.0 on the right. That's not going to want to focus. Tiny little difference. Wait, no. These are both 1.25. That's how small of a difference it is. I've seen it a million times and I just got it wrong. Yeah, I don't have many more of these 1.0s. That's weird. There was a point where I had a shitload of them. Okay, so red wire in place of the red dot. That's not a big deal. That's just me being kind of pedantic. But so separate the wires like this so that they're not all on top of each other. But first, take your little piece of shrink wrap that you removed and slide that on. So let me bundle these wires together. Take our little piece of shrimp wrap. That's right, I said shrimp wrap. It's an old joke. Put it on there. That's what's going to protect the solder joints. And now is when you want to separate these wires out. Like that. And here we go. When you're leaving the wires full length like this, it doesn't matter as much the orientation of the plug, because you're just going to end up twisting the wires up a bunch anyway. So I have to use, at the ripe old age of 42, I have to use these nerd goggles here. I really do recommend these though for everybody. Everybody that's going to be doing any soldering on a TinyWhoop, these are really, 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 really nice. They give you like 5x, or nah, it's not quite 5x. It's like 4x magnification all the time, and you can like pick your head up and look down with no magnification, or then you can do that and look like a total moron to your friends and family. Here we go. No real tips to doing this, just stay calm. This is frustrating work. Alright, these might not be tinned. There was 0 heat transfer here, so let's put it like that, and we will tin these wires real quick. Soldering iron below. You're going to add the solder from the top. 1, 2, 3. And these pads do have solder on them, but let's put some fresh solder. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so we just added a little tiny bit of extra solder. Let's clean the tip of the soldering iron, and we'll come back in and do this again. This is one of the older motors where the pads also have a part of the winding on them, which just makes this job a little bit extra difficult, but we will still get it done. All right, there we go. There's one. See if I can get the other one, the second one, without using tweezers. Got it. Let's see if I can get the third one. Ooh, this wire is cooperating quite nicely, which is unusual. Usually I gotta bust the tweezers out by now. All right. Shit, yeah, okay. It's not often that I can do TinyWhoop motors by hand like that. So there we go. There's all 3 solder joints. Let's take a closer look at them real fast here with an actual 5X loop. Make sure they're looking okay. First one's a little bit ugly, but it'll be strong. That's all I really care about. Yeah, all 3 of them are kind of ugly, but they'll be strong, so it's fine. There's no holes. There's no big divots or anything like that. So now we take our little bit of shrink wrap here, pull it all the way down, and you're going to use your fingernails to push this down over the PCB and the solder joints that you just did. And this fit pretty tight, so I could probably just leave this, but I'm just going to hit it with a lighter really quick just to shrink it up a little bit more. And again, these wires at some point are going to get pulled at like a 90-degree angle, and this little bit of shrink wrap is going to really, really help the strength, and it's going to help you not break these wires off of the PCB. So run that little shrink wrap down, grab your little lighter, and just hit it real quick just to shrink it up a little bit more. And that's it. One motor's done. I like to twist these guys up. They're typically extra long. These are like absurdly long. I should have cut these down, but I'm being lazy. I don't want to cut and strip these. These motors might end up on a 75mm rig that might need some of this extra wire length. Mainly this is me being a lazy bastard. I should have cut these down, but hey, here we are. I already did one of them, so we're going to keep going here. Okay, let me find another red dot. There's another red dot. All right, so get this on here. Come on. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right, let's pull the shrink wrap down so we have access to the solder joints. I run my soldering iron at 700 degrees. That is a little bit too hot for these tiny wires, a little bit too cool for big fat 5-inch wires. But what's nice is keeping it, I like to always have it at the same temperature. It's just easier. It's not super easy to change the temperature on my iron, and like, I don't know, I've just kind of gotten used to doing everything at 700. Probably a better idea to break it out and bounce the temperature up and down for smaller stuff, up for higher stuff, but you know, we can't do everything perfectly all the time. There is something to be said for, why are these out here? There is something to be said for getting shit done quickly and not overthinking absolutely everything, which I have issues with. I tend to overthink absolutely every single thing on Earth. And eventually, that gets exhausting, my friends. So yeah, sometimes I just do shit the wrong way. But not like drastically wrong, you know, just like no big deal. But by running this at 700, I just have to be a little bit faster on and off the joint. And I kind of like that, because I don't like building / repairing. So I want to get this done as quickly as I possibly can so that I can start flying again. Chuck P says, RDQ has the Mob 6 back in stock too. Just got a blinded fly and the AIO. Ordered a bunch of Gemfan props from AliExpress. Should be all set now. Very cool. Easy, phone. Easy. What are you telling me? 5:30 already? Shit. Should be doing push-ups right now. That's my push-ups alarm. Nate Adams says, my issue is the use of Pro, since there's nothing that makes the larger size props unequivocally better on 65 or 75. Yeah, that's a really good call. Freeloader says, TinyWhoop will... TinyWhoop will... Oh, throw a set of the small plug wires in with an order. That's right. That's right. They will. They will. Oh my God. Speaking of NewBeeDrone, I am the worst. NewBeeDrone hooked me up with something really cool that we are going to do. If for the next 60 seconds, you've got 60 seconds. If you are interested in a Cockroach V3 frame, we're gonna do a little giveaway. Let me just pull up the rules real quick here. I'm gonna give 3 of these codes away. So I need to go to. Hold on. I need to go to Facebook and I need to look up Kelvin. Kelvin, hook this up, my friends. Hold on. Before you do anything. Hold on. Because I need to read you the rules. All right, here's how it works. Pay for the shipping fee. What do you think? Wait, how's this work? How does this work? Hold on. This. Oh wait, did this come through in an email? Hang on. Sorry, guys. But you're gonna like this, I promise. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. This is a $4.99. This is basically a $4.99 discount code for the Cockroach V3 frame. So if you're doing an order on NewBeeDrone, when you add the Cockroach V3 frame into the cart, and then you apply the discount code later, it will take $4.99 out. So you can either just pay for the shipping, or if you buy a bunch of other stuff, yeah. So yeah, this is a free. I hit the wrong button. This is a free Cockroach V3 discount code, but it doesn't cover shipping. So you're gonna either have to just use this code and just get your free Cockroach V3 frame and pay shipping, or get some other stuff. NewBeeDrone's website is like the secret of stateside websites. They have so much cool stuff. They have a ton of really cool hardware too that nobody else has. So get yourself a bunch of other stuff. I think if you buy enough stuff on there, you can get free shipping. Is there a dollar amount that gets you free shipping on NewBeeDrone? Free offers by dollar amount. Is it 100? I don't know. I don't know if they do free shipping. You can figure that out. But this is a free Cockroach V3 frame code. If you're interested, type CiottiFPV into the chat now. 60 seconds. 3 people are going to win. Go. Go, 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 go. Quick. If you're interested in a free NewBeeDrone Cockroach V3 frame, type CiottiFPV into the chat. That is a dumb way of doing it. I'm going to have to copy and paste everything. This is going to be a nightmare. Hold on. Hold on. What's going to happen with me doing this? Keep doing it. Keep doing it. Why not? But I might change the rules in a second here. Hold on. This might just become a... Well, no, I want you guys to be here. I was going to say it might just become a Patreon thing. Oh, did that just work? No. That couldn't have just worked. Oh, it's taking the times, putting the times on. Oh, and it's putting me in here. Okay. 15 more seconds. 15 more seconds. If you're interested in winning a cockroach V3 frame for free, type CiottiFPV into the chat. I gotta figure out a better way of doing this. Okay. Don't do it twice. Michael Hill, Danzilla, Simon, FTW, MP, Chuck, Tico, Flush FPV, Mr. Dud, Nate Adams, Hector, Freelojo, Troy, Feigning Goat. Yeah, I gotta figure out a better way of doing this. This is a mess doing it this way. Cause then I'm gonna have to send you guys the code. How can I do this? How can I do this in the future? All right, and then Danzilla typed his name twice. Don't type your name twice; it messes it all up. Mr. Dud. Okay. All right, so this is gonna be a little rough, but it's kind of gonna work. It's kind of gonna work. Danzilla, you're already on there. All right, I gave you as much time as I could. That's as much time as I can give you. This is gonna be ugly, but and we're probably gonna have to retry. But everybody's names are on there. Let's see what's up. 3 people gonna win. Fuck it, 5 people gonna win. Simon says don't put me in. If you win, I'll take you back out. So yeah, the problem is it'll be fine. It's gonna pick me a bunch. If it picked 5:34 p.m., we're gonna play again, and we're just gonna keep doing this until it actually picks somebody. Hopefully it hurries the hell up. Oh no, I can change that. I can change the timing of it. Hey, there we go. Flush FPV. Send me a message somewhere, and oh my god. All right. Well. Fucking A. Hold on. Oh boy. All right. There's a lot less codes. I'm just not going to talk about it, and hopefully as many people as possible will not know what's going on. Flush FPV. Flush FPV, send me a message, and I'll send you a code. So just say like, hey, I won one of the cockroach V3 frames. Play again. Wait, no, hold on. I need to put your name. What an idiot. What a jackass. Okay. Hockey rounds with a $2 super chat. Thank you, brother. This is up, down, left, right, BA, start. For me, it was BA, select start, because I always played over a buddy's house, 2-player. We are going to play again. Ah, I forgot to change the timing. Hold on. 5. Save. All right, next time it'll blow these tickets away. We're doing 5 of these. And Simon wins. Simon, send me a thing. Send me a message somewhere. Say, yo, I won the cockroach V3 frame. We are going to Daniel, I don't have a way of putting you, or do I? Balls. Oh, I just made a mistake. I just wiped it all out. Oh, you idiot. You ruined it all, Ciotti. Okay, hold on. Ah! I'm doing everything wrong! Okay, hold on. I'm fixing it. There we go. And taking that out there. Okay. And then we've got Denzel, you're already on here, Mr. Dud. Okay, got it. Gert Jan. Okay. Yeah, I gotta think through this and do this better. It's okay. All right, and then last one is Daniel. Okay, cool. Submit. And there we go. All right, Simon does not win because he's overseas, and overseas shipping is just stupid. So Simon goes back in. We've got one winner so far. Let's see who else it is. Ooh, it's going to actually pick a winner. Mr. Dud, congratulations. You have won. Send me a message somewhere. And all my contact info is over on CiottiFPV.com. So yeah, Flush FPV and Mr. Dud message me, say, yo, this is Flush FPV. Yo, this is Mr. Dud. I won a Cockroach V3 frame. Send me my code, please. Play again. Did it? It did not. There we go. Save, and this will be way quicker. Wow, that's so much better. There it is, and Thunder Belch. Thunder Belch, congratulations. You have won. Message me somewhere, and I'll send you the code. Thunder Belch. I got you. All right. Play again. Spin it. And who's going to win this time? It's going to be Gert Jan. This is working better than I thought, actually. Gert Jan X, same deal. Send me a message. I'll send you your code. GERTJAN, I believe it is. X. Okay. Just got to make sure I do everything in the right order here, or I will make the same mistake I did a second ago. Play again, and there we go. Thunder Belch is also not in North America. Yeah, I'm doing this on the 5:34 p.m. Congratulations, you've won. All right, Thunder Belch. Thank you for letting me know. CiottiFPV wins. Play again. This is the problem with doing it this way. But I think each time I hit play again, it removes Hector Polanco. You have won. If you are inside the U.S., message me. Thunder Belch, I'm going to take you out and put in Hector, Hektor. Last name is, I'm just going to do PAL. Nah, I got it. All right, and so we got one more. Last one. Play again, and there we go. Hockey Run says this game is rigged. Only US. Yeah, the shipping is just too much. Freelojo, congratulations, brother. I'm going to do these a bunch. Kelvin gave me a ton of these codes. So pretty much every live stream I'm going to try to do this, especially if you guys remind me. Feel free to tag me in future live streams and remind me to do this in case I forget. Free Lojo. Flush FPV, Mr. Dud, Hector, Gert Jan, and Free Lojo. As long as you're inside the U.S., message me and you'll get your code. I mean, if you're outside the U.S., I'll give you the code and you'll get your $4.99 discount, but then the shipping is going to be brutal. So if you're doing a big NewBeeDrone order, yeah, I mean, feel free. I'll send you the code. But yeah, you're probably not going to want to pay the shipping on just this. CMYK dropping the CiottiFPV.com link. Thank you, dude. Hector says not USA. So we're going to do this one more time. Unless you want it. Now that I've said that, though, you guys are still more than welcome to have it. To have the code. You know what I'm saying? Let's do this one more time. It's going to be me. Nope. Michael Hill. Congrats, brother. That sounds like a good old-fashioned American name. Michael Hill's probably stateside, so we're good. Cool. Yeah, guys, message me and I'll send you your codes. I'm doing this on the live stream that is at the time slot for outside of the U.S. But again, yeah, you guys are more than welcome to those of you that are outside the U.S. It's just a code. I don't care. So yeah, Flush FPV, Mr. Dud, Michael Hill, Gert Janax, Freelojo, message me to get your code. Anybody who said I'm not inside the U.S. Now that I've explained it in a little bit more detail, if you still want your code, just message me and say, hey, give me my code, please, and I will. Cool. Thanks, friends. All I need is your guys' emails. Message me your name and your YouTube name and your email, because I do need to give your email address here, and that's it. And you'll get a code, and away you shall go. Justin has been bashing around some Hummingbird V3. Have you ever had the AIO screws pop out with the plastic pegs? Is that normal? It's not normal. It does unfortunately happen. The solution is a longer screw in the rear. It always happens in the rear. On RDQ, you can get what you want to search the internet for is Mobula. I mean, they're just M1.2 screws, so you can just find them somewhere. But if you search the internet for Mobula 7 hardware, the first search result will be to RDQ, and they've got these guys. These are significantly longer screws, and so they will engage more of that plastic collar. They will even drive all the way down into the flat piece of plastic below, and then it's never breaking. So with these longer screws, that's never going to happen again. You just got to find them, and unfortunately they're sold out on RDQ's website because we mention them a lot. There you go. Chuck says, is there anything better about the Cockroach V3 over the V2 besides weight? The new Cockroach V3 frame is completely different than the previous Cockroach frames. The previous Cockroach frames were very heavy. I just did it again. Son of a bitch. God damn it. I did, right? I just did it again. God damn it. What an idiot. All right, well, I screwed this all up. I'm gonna have to tell NewBeeDrone to kill all these codes. Those of you that won, message me. Oh, what a moron. All right, next time I gotta put this. I'm gonna do it right now. I'm gonna put this on my second monitor over here that I never show, and that'll stop that from happening in the future. Okay. That's true, Troy. On stream, can you... If you want to use those codes that you just saw, hurry, because I'm telling Kelvin to deactivate them right now. Oh boy. 43. Technically, I only showed codes 1 through 43. So 44 through 80 are still good to go. Hurry. That's all I'll say. What a dummy. I can't believe I just did that. I can totally believe I just did that. If I'm honest. Fluoxethine says, when will you make 6 or 8S whoop? Never. Never, never, never. 1B6748 says, what's your favorite sim at the moment? Also, favorite for whoop sim. I don't really see the point in whoops in flying whoops in the sim. You can fly whoops at home, so just do that. My favorite sim is VelociDrone. The physics seem to be the best, especially for freestyle. And yeah, it just VelociDrone just feels the most accurate. And when it comes to simming, yeah, for me, it's not playing a game. It's like working. You know, it's trying to learn. So like these fancy new simulators that have like insane graphics, I don't get it. Like we don't get those insane graphics when we, well, I guess with digital now. Um, yeah, I don't know. That's, I still don't get it. I want my sim to look like shit. I want my sim to look like analog, yo. But I fly a lot of analog. All right, soldering iron's coming up to temperature. Let's try to get all three at once. Got them. Okay, let's get our shrink wrap off of here. And we're going to put it onto the new one. All right. Hold these guys straight. And make sure I put the shrink wrap in the right direction here. Okay, that's this direction. There we go. This little piece of shrink wrap is actually really important. If you forget this, you will absolutely at some point break motor wires off of the motor mount bases, and it will surely happen at the worst possible time. So don't do that. All right, where are my nerd goggles at? There they are. It's cold down here. Jesus. Woo! It is cold down here. I turned the heat up and everything, and it's got a little space heater here in the basement. All right, let's just add a little bit of extra solder to these pads here. This is also making sure it's leaded solder. A lot of these things come from the factory with lead-free solder, and lead-free solder sucks. So we're not removing it, but we're adding to it with some better stuff. Let's separate these wires out, and then we will add a little bit of extra leaded solder, or just some leaded solder to these. All right, all set. And now we will solder these guys down here. Let's try to do them all by hand again. That was fun. All right, number one. Hey, get off of there. All right, good to go. Just always stay as still as you possibly can while the joint is cooling down. That's really important. Ah, shit, I just bridged these two. Nope. Bad. All right, let's try this again. I'm probably going to need to grab the tweezers. Nope, yeah, it's just one to bridge over and over again. All right, hold on. Ah! Now these two wires are wanting to stick together. Hold up. Let's get these separated. I watched Maggie and I watched Chimp Empire on... What the hell is that on? Netflix, maybe? Last night? Fucking fascinating, man. Fascinating stuff. I knew they were smart, but boy, oh boy. They are next level. They've got, like, political shit going on within their little groups. It's crazy, man. Crazy stuff. All right. Here we go. All right. There's that one. And the last one here. Third one's always a pain in the ass because the other two wires kind of get in the way. You play this little game where the stator rotates away from you, which is super annoying. Easiest solution is just to come down at a sharper angle. Come straight down with your tweezers so you're not pushing into the other ones. I'm not happy with that third solder joint. There's not quite enough solder on it, so let's get some extra solder on there. So once you have the 3 joints done, if you're not happy with any of them, you can pinch all 3. This will hold them in position. And then just pick up a little bit of extra solder on the tip of your iron. And then you can just come in here and just touch one of the other ones, and it'll transfer the extra solder to it, making sure that you don't bridge it, but yeah, you should be fine. And now I'm happy. All right, pop this up. Bring the little piece of shrimp wrap down and put it up over the PCB. Okay. Actually, would this be more of a, would we consider this a PDB? Would this be a power distribution board on the bottom of these? It kind of is. Not really. Well, kind of. I mean, because it is more, it's more of a power distribution board than a, what does PCB even stand for? I've never even thought about that. Frank Nicholas says PDB is a type of PCB. Ah, okay. So we can just use PCB all the time then. What the hell does PCB stand for? Power component board? Printed circuit board. That's right. I knew that. Who thinks we should start calling these PBJ? Let's call them PBJ. Done. Calling them PBJ from now on. Solder up to your PBJ. I love it. All right, let's hit this with a little bit of fire. And we're good to go. Luckily, the silicone wires don't care about the fire. All right, 2 down, 2 to go. All right, get this on here. Pull the shrink wrap off. Okay. A little bit of extra flux. Put the nerd goggles on now. Unluckiest number, you are very late, my man. I'm usually not still going by now, but what the hell, man. It's a rainy, gross outside Sunday. Maggie is hard at work on her like basically her main thesis for her not her thesis. Oh, my brain. Her dissertation for her master's program. Not master's program, doctorate program, rather. All right, pulling the shrimp wrap off here. And we're going on to these black wires now. Feces, what? All right, get these guys stacked up. And then we're going to put these on here. Ow! Get back here. I'm going to make sure you put it on there the right way. It always confused me. The big part faces like up towards the PCB. What do we decide? Are we going to call it PCB or PDB? Then you separate them so you have enough space to work. And all right, there we go. I'm gonna let those hang, and I'm gonna try to tin everything all at once. Ready? Let's go. Oh God, I can't believe I just said let's go. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to say that. I didn't mean to say that. I'm not an asshole. I promise. Okay, here it is. Let's add a little bit, and then everything will be great. All right, added a little bit to the pads. Now we're going to add a little bit to the wires. There we go. And there we go. Just make sure I got enough on this first one. Cool. Okay, and take this guy. Let's play the same game. How many can we do by hand? All right, hold the wire nice and flat on the pad. You get to choose which side of the pad you solder it to. On these older ones, because they've got the wires for the windings on these pads as well, which makes it a little bit difficult, a little bit more difficult, but it's still not all that bad. You'll get it. All right, and I need to start using the tweezers already because this is kind of overlapping on itself. When you're using the tweezers on these, grab the wire with just the very tip of the tweezer. That'll make your life a lot easier. Shit. All right, it started to bridge, but then I was able to break that bridge pretty quickly and painlessly. But I did accidentally touch the first bit of wire there, and it now looks a little bit ugly. So let me just clean that up real fast here. Clean the tip of the iron, pick up a little bit of fresh solder with some fresh flux in it. And I fucked up that first one really bad. Okay, we need to reset here. All right, there's that. Let's take this first wire and get it properly down this time. Okay, I was moving that wire a lot when it was cooling down, and I never trust it when that happens. So I'm going to brace the tweezers against the table. I'm going to grab this wire here so I can be perfectly motionless, and I'm going to stop talking because it makes me move when I talk. There it is. All right, that's good. These little guys cool down very quickly, so you only need to be still for like a split second. Okay, last one here. This is challenging stuff, man. These little tiny motor wires, they're like less than 30 gauge. Yeah, this is challenging. I do not recommend that if you're new, you try to do this. You should get motors that are designed, that have the right leads on them. If you've been soldering for a while, though, or if you just want a challenge, it's totally doable. Like, I'm not an electrical engineer. I don't have any experience in that. I was shown how to solder by my father, who was an electrical technician for many, many, many years. And so I'm very lucky in that respect, and I was taught how to do this the right way. But I have dumped all of that knowledge on you guys. Like, I've told you guys everything that I know about soldering. So the knowledge is here. It's also all over the rest of the internet. You can absolutely do this, but it is difficult. Like, fair warning, it is difficult to to solder to these really small little motors. If you have a set of nerd goggles and some patience, you can totally do it. Like, you'll be fine, I promise. But in fairness, if you're trying to do this and you're getting frustrated, it's not just you. You're trying to do something difficult. So stick with it. Breathe. And yeah, you'll make it happen. Anybody that has done this successfully, good job. You did something that's tough to do. Soldering really, like soldering on this small of a level is pretty rare. Usually when you get to this size, people start using hot air stations and stuff like that, which makes the job, in my opinion, significantly easier, because you just lay everything out and then just dump hot air into it, or put it in a little oven. But I mean, it's there is no easier. It's just a different skill set. All right, last one here, and then we'll bolt this thing back together, plug these guys in, and it'll fly worse. Maybe not. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. It'll fly worse. Here we go. One of the keys to soldering is also one of the keys to shooting, which is bone support. You don't want to muscle. You don't want to be using your muscles to hold this stuff. Like when your hands are up in the air, your shoulder muscles have to hold your entire arm up. And there's always going to be a little bit of vibration there because all of your muscles are engaged. You want to get your hands and like this part of your palm down on the desk, and that's going to make your hands like so much less jittery. And then if possible, the tools that you're working with, you want to try to get them down on the desk as well. So if you've got your palm down and then you've got the base of the tool down, that's going to be nice and solid. You also want to kind of try to choke up. Like, don't use the tool out like that, because this long lever is going to magnify any little bit of jitter. Choke up on the tool and be down at the tip like this. Yeah, those are some of the main ways to prevent shaking, which becomes a really big problem when you're doing tiny little soldering jobs. I'm pretty hungry right now, and I get very jittery when I get hungry. I have a mega metabolism, which is a good problem to have, but still a problem. So yeah, I'm much more shaky than I usually am, because I am dealing with the hunger. All right, let's get the shrimp wrap transferred over. Okay, and here we go. Bundle these guys up here. And put this down on them. All right, cool. Oh, shit. One wire decided to go rogue. All right, we got it. Pull it all the way down, separate these guys out. And put them right here like this. And here we go. Let's add a little bit of solder to the motor. So from that flux that I put on, these motor pads have some extra flux residue on them. So I don't need to add flux again here. Especially because I need to clean this tip again. It's just got disgusting for some weird reason. I don't think I cleaned it enough. Yeah, there's no reason to continue to add extra. Well, I mean, it can't really help. You can add extra flux, but it's not as important as the first time. That's what she said. There we go. And we're just going to add a little bit extra to these wires. Come on, you shitbird, get on there. All right, 1, 2. Fucker. Come on. Trying to cut corners and it's biting me in the ass as it usually does. Alright, and 3rd. Okay, cool. Added some extra solder there. Clean the tip one more time, and here we go. First pad, always the easiest. Hold on, let me change the camera. There we go. Okay. I'm just going to go right in with the tweezers on the second one and the 3rd. Grab it at the very tip of the tweezer. Get it in here where you need it. Keep in mind that the tip of the soldering iron is to provide heat. It's not there to control the wire. You need to control the wire with your left hand. If you're controlling the wire with the tip of the soldering iron, as soon as you go to remove the heat, the wire is going to move. So your left hand needs to do all of the control of the wire. What the fuck is happening on Discord? Here we go. Last one. And then we fly. Well, we got a couple things to do first, but you know what I mean. This wire got all janky. Let me put it back straight. There we go. All right, not totally happy with that 3rd one. Let's grab all 3 to hold them in place. I'm happy with where the 3rd one is, but it's the solder went very cloudy, which I don't love. So we're just going to pick up some fresh solder here with some flux in it. As long as there's still smoke, there's still flux. The smoke is the flux burning off, and now we're good to go. I just added a little bit of fresh solder there, and that joint is nice and shiny. Take a quick look. All 3 look good. All right, cool. Pull the shrink wrap down, and somebody in the chat said that they're an invertebrate. I love that. All right, pull the shrink wrap down. And perfect. All right, good to go. Hit it with a little bit of fire, and we're all set. And again, just hitting it with a little bit of fire just shrinks this shrink wrap up a little bit more in hopes that it doesn't come off of the PCB. Woo! Okay. Unluckiest number says, sorry to bother when you're hungry and soldering small shit. I have 2 questions. How does the camera stay put in the V3 because mine comes loose? I glued it. What's the best canopy? So, the camera should sit. Man, how the hell am I going to show this? See that piece that's at an angle there? That's a separate piece of plastic with those 2 little silver screws that are supposed to hold the camera in. And then there's a little piece in the front here. You can just barely see it. See that little red rubber thing on the inside of that little black triangular vent there? That goes around the front of the camera. And that's how it's held. That plastic piece can break, which stinks. But it's actually pretty durable. I've only had like 1 or 2 break. So yeah, that's what's going on there. My favorite canopy is the Mobula 6 canopy, and which is meant for the Runcam Nano 3 camera. If you change the the video connector on that camera, you can run that camera and canopy on the NewBeeDrone stuff. It's an awful lot of work to do that because you gotta like solder to the board and scrape off a bunch of shit, and it's admittedly annoying as hell. The worst part about doing that is that I do not like the way that any camera other than the BI camera looks when going through the different OSD on the NewBeeDrone setup. So I actually don't recommend it. I recommend you stick with the BI camera. If you're gonna stick with the BI camera and you just want to run a different canopy, on Thingiverse there's a bunch of 3D printed canopies that are pretty damn good. My favorite is the McStinky, and if you go to CiottiFPV.com, there's a link to my Thingiverse, and I have it favorited over there. I have the McStinky favorited over on my Thingiverse, so you can have somebody print it for you, or if you have a printer yourself, print it on up. There are 3 different sizes last time I checked. There might be an extra one. So look in the description, and it'll specifically call out which McStinky mount is for the BI camera. I believe it's the large one, but don't quote me on that. It's called out in the little description tab on the Thingiverse page. Actually, this is that setup right here. This is a NewBeeDrone BI camera inside of a McStinky mount. Pretty nice little mount. I dig it. And this even has, I've even changed the connector on this. That is actually ready to go on a Happy Model build. All right, one motor is mounted up. Let's get it plugged in. This extra long camera cable here. Motor cable, rather. Admittedly, there is a little bit of extra weight here in this extra motor cable. It's not as much as you'd think, though. And it's not going to be the difference between this thing being awesome and this thing being not great. If this build absolutely blows my tits off, I might come back and shorten these wires up at some point. But yeah, I mean, this thing gained 2 grams, and that's just kind of too much. Just take my word for it here. I've been down this road so many times with bigger propellers adding weight, and yeah, it's not going to be quite as good, but that's okay. And we can, now that I have these motors, these motor wires soldered up like this, it's much easier to before and after this. So if, yeah, I mean, I flew this on the lighter motors at the beginning of the stream, and I still do kind of remember what it flies like because I have flown that setup a bunch. But yeah, at some point, if we need to do another quicker head-to-head comparison, we now can, which is cool. Plug in the second one here. Be super careful when you're plugging these motors in. If you bend a pin, there's a chance that you won't be able to bend it back, and it's game over for that AIO. Even if you can bend it back, it is a son of a bitch to bend it back. It's not something that you're going to want to do. So do your future self a favor and just take a breath and don't rush through plugging these motors in. Getting frustrated is not the way. I promise you. It seems like it's the way. And then just mashing it in there as hard as you can. As males, certainly genetically feels like the right decision. But it most certainly is not. And it will only lead to further frustration when you bend one of the pins and have to sit there for a fucking hour with tweezers trying to bend that pin back straight. Can you tell that I've had to do it before? Is it obvious? I've had to do it on more than one occasion. Usually it happens to me on the ESC plugs, though. It hasn't happened much. After it happens the first time, you're like, okay, I ain't fucking with this. And then the second and the third time, it happens by accident. And you're just like, no. But, yeah. I digress. Alright. Motor number 4, position number 4, I should say, is on. And get it plugged in here. Okay, hold up. I think I'm plugging it in wrong direction. Yep, I was. Wait, no, it wasn't. That was good. When these plugs are fresh, they are a little bit difficult to plug in, which is a good thing because then they don't pop out. Although, even when these plugs are worked, they don't pop out all that often. It's kind of impressive. Unluckiest number says, thank you for the response. What screwdriver are you using? This is a Weeha 261. That'll focus. WIHA is the brand. 261 is the model number. PH00X40 by 40. This screwdriver is amazing. All the Weeha screwdrivers are amazing. They're just the right shape. They're made in Germany, so obviously they're good quality. I love that. I love that. What's it called when there's like shit made in Germany is good quality? What's that called? What's the name for that? Racism? Yeah, I love that there's this synonymousness with Germans and quality. I find that to be absolutely hysterical. Like, Germans can make garbage just like the rest of us. We're you know, they're not. Let people make garbage. Unluckiest number says it's called the truth. Stereotypes, that's it. Thank you, Blind Pyro. Stereotypes, yeah. German things being high quality is a very funny stereotype. It's I mean, all things considered, it's probably about the best stereotype that could be leveled at your entire group of people. But it's a stereotype nonetheless. I could just picture like an argument between like a German and American about like stereotypes. And the German being like, "Oh, what are you gonna go do? Make a bunch of shit that's really good quality like us?" I don't know. That could be like that. That could be like a really, really, really funny set of dialogue if written properly, I think. Or like, I guess it would be the American talking to the German, like, "What are you gonna do? Go and make a bunch more high quality stuff? Thanks a lot." Something like that, you know? Hey, look, I'm not a scriptwriter. Fuck off. I'm plugging this in the wrong way. Let's plug it in the right way. And there we go. All right, cool. So let's just route these wires like that and like that, just to get them out of the way of the propellers. And we are about good to go. We got to go into Betaflight and make sure the motors are spinning the right direction, but we are almost there. All right, cool. So there it is. I don't need to weigh it. We already weighed it with everything in there. We just need to fly it. So nerd goggles getting put away. Brad Bondon says, "Can you start a manual focus camera fund?" LOL. This is actually in manual focus. It's just not a great camera, but all of the other webcams are much bigger. So yeah, this is like the one. The cameras have to be small because I'm reaching to the left and right of the camera. I'm moving this light around. Like, yeah, this is the best setup that I've found. What are we doing? Going into Betaflight. Boy, I'm cold. I am just straight up cold right now. Blind Pyro says that gray poop you're using for holding motors looks awful like UHU Patafix Pro Power. Just in case RDQ runs out of stock again, I use it. It's great stuff. UHU Patafix Pro Power. Let's see. What the fuck? Oh, okay. Yeah, so it is very similar to this. This is just like, we call this fun tack here in the US. I don't know if you're also in the US, but yeah, it's pretty similar stuff. So this is made by Mass Adhesives, and they say that they designed it to not absorb the heat when you're soldering, which is, yeah, sort of their claim to fame with it. I don't know if it actually does. It works just like Funtac. It doesn't melt as bad as Funtac. I stopped using Funtac a long time ago because I got tired of it melting and getting all disgusting all over the place. This stuff does not do that nearly as bad. I don't... No, I have put a bunch of heat into it before and had it melt a little bit. But it's really not all that bad. All right, yo. Let's get these motors spinning in the right direction. Why is Betaflight? Where's Betaflight? There it is. Let's plug in, and we're going to power this thing up with a nice fresh battery. There we go. Motors, motor direction, understand the risks, wizard, start and spin. Motor number... Oh, wow. It is not having a great time getting these motors spun up. Motor 1 is going the right direction, though. Motor 2 is going the wrong direction. Motor 3 is correct. Motor 4 is incorrect. All right, good to go. Motor 1 is now correct. Motor 2 is now correct. Motor 3 is now correct. Motor 4 is now correct. We're good to go. Stop motors. Close. Just real quick. Oh boy. These motors have admittedly seen better days. I've run a lot of batteries through these motors, but they're the right size and they're the right kV for this test. So if the PIDs are a little... I'm actually going to just preemptively pull the PIDs down a little bit. If the PIDs are overactive, it's because of these motors. Let's save that. And... okay, cool. Let's see how it flies! Meteor65 Pro. I'll just wait again, just for the sake of it. Meteor65 Pro frame, the BetaFPV Gemfan tri-blade propellers, hand dyed by Jesse over at TinyWhoop.com. Hummingbird V3, Goober canopy, NewBeeDrone BI camera, TinyWhoop EX802 30,000 kV motors, 21.4 grams. So yeah, 21.4 grams is a bit much for basically a 65 millimeter rig, but the propellers are 4 millimeters bigger than a normal 65 millimeter rig. So that will help, but yeah, 21.4 grams is too heavy. The lightweight analog indoor rigs deserve to be under 20 grams, and that's where things get really, really interesting, is under 20 grams. But any rig that's got addressable LEDs on all four corners of the AIO that do that right out of the box is fine by me. Let's see how it is. Do I have the props on correct? Nope, I do not. Let's take care of that. That is not going to fly in its current setup. Oh my god, the fucking BT 2.0 lead has just welded itself. There we go. Alright, hold on. All the propellers are on wrong. All 4 are on wrong. Twist and pull. Twist and pull. Okay, so we can just swap them left to right. There we go. Props out. And props out. I still need to do some TinyWhoop dive testing with motors set up, props in versus props out. I gotta find a good spot to dive. I can't just like go outside and find like a big tall wall. I have to find some kind of a tunnel so that we can really notice whether it's spinning up or not. Although, big tall wall might actually work. Come to think of it, because I can see if it's... I can start the dive with it like really close to the wall and then see if it pulls itself out. Should just knock that out. There's plenty of big ass buildings downtown that I can go fly this thing up the side of. All right, that'll fly better. Set up with props out with the props actually going out instead of in. Here we go. Meteor65 Pro. Giving the Meteor65 Pro the biggest possible chance, the best possible chance of success. Hey! So. Ooh, it's got some power. Hold on. Oh, yeah. So, something I don't usually notice that I did just notice. It's got a bunch of power, but it doesn't have pop. Like, watch this. Watch it. Watch the acceleration. Heavy rigs do this. Ready? It's going to accelerate slowly and then fast. Ready? Well, it's hard to see there, but I noticed it a second ago. Yeah, okay, so quick little throttle stabs here. Don't do much. But then if we go upstairs and we just sit it at full throttle for like a second, it really starts to accelerate. Did I crash on someone, or is that just the towel? No, it's good. So yeah, this is something that happens with the heavier, more powerful rigs. Is that you lose? Oh yeah, I can really feel it. You lose the immediacy that we get from the lightweight sub 20 gram 65 millimeter builds, and they just can't. They can't accelerate like this. Look at the throttle value on the right there, 100 0, 100 0. Look at how little it's reacting here, because the motors are heavier, the props are heavier, and we do not have like we would actually want. In this case, we kind of need an even more powerful motor for this heavy of a propeller and motor bell combo. But we're not going to do that. Like, we're not going to put an even heavier motor on here. Hello, Teddy. Hello, small dog. Oh! Coming to eat us. Follow the TinyWhoop, buddy. This doesn't fly bad, though. This is interesting. We're gonna fly a bunch of batteries on this. It doesn't fly as good as it did with the 702s. That's just, we knew that was gonna be the case. But oh boy, it really picks up speed if you let it sit at full throttle for more than just a blip. It really does come alive. All right, let's put a full battery on it. That battery is discharged down a little bit from the Betaflight shenanigans. Not bad. It's better than I thought. Here's what I'll say. This is way more flyable inside than a 75 millimeter rig, which makes sense. It's lighter, and it has less power. Chick with a stick, thank you very much. Brad Bonden says, is the Modulate still a shit whoop for anything like maybe a tiny lifter? Yeah, the 2-inch stuff is just too big for a TinyWhoop. It really only makes sense as like a lifter. So yeah, as a lifter, it has the potential to be good, but as a TinyWhoop, I don't consider a TinyWhoop to be a lifter. You know what I mean? It doesn't really make much sense. The biggest problem that I've seen people running into with the 2-inch propeller TinyWhoops that are all now carrying O3 air units is they're very fragile. They just break. The frames just break. It's too much weight to expect a plastic frame to be able to handle it, right? TinyWhoops are 65, 75 for a reason. Going up to the bigger 2-inch setup just doesn't really make a lot of sense. Whoa! See, I mean, this is... Oh, God! This ain't bad. It's, I can really feel the weight. It feels like there's something tied to it, pulling it into the ground all the time. But it does have some power. It doesn't spin... Alright, so something that you get with a heavier motor and prop combo is it doesn't spin the propellers down as quickly because the braking, so we do have active braking on these, but that braking, Jesus Christ, let me shut the fuck up and just fly for a second. Ah, you son of a bitch! How dare you! How dare you! That was so great, and then you fell into an unrecoverable hole of death and despair and sadness and anger and pain and shitting my pants. Yeah, the heavier props, because these things don't really have a lot of braking force, the heavier props will stay spun up. They have a harder time dropping RPM. I don't know where it is. I can't find it. Where the hell is it? Is it even over here? Oh, God. How did it get in there? How did you get in there, little guy? Oh, my God. How the fuck did that happen? That's where it went. It got inside here. That is super weird. I could have technically flown that out. Yeah, alright. So, the heavier propellers and motor bells are not going to spin down as quickly. So when I do these really precise moves where I jump off the throttle in a hurry, there's still like... So here's when it happens, is when I go... Jesus. When I go full throttle and then zero throttle. Because when I go full throttle, it spins the rotating assembly. Oh, fuck. It spins the rotating assembly all the way up as fast as it can. And then when I go zero throttle, it tries to break that rotating assembly down to idle. And with these heavier, bigger propellers, I can really notice, and you can even hear it, that, like, listen after I chop the throttle. It's going to go, ready? You hear it? Let me make sure that that's not a tune issue. And there's a very easy way of doing that. You just take a whole bunch of P and D gain out. And then, if it keeps doing it, you know that it wasn't a tune issue. You know that it's a mechanical system issue. Can you please Please? There it goes. You can still hear it, right? I can still feel it. All right, listen. It slowly winds down. it's because the braking on these is pretty weak. Let's crank the tune up. See if we can get some extra PID loop performance out of it. This won't help that situation. It'll just, now it's going to do this thing where it won't. Like when you go into the menu, it loses, oh, there it goes. When you go into the menu, it loses its link. Yeah, this is no better, but I love that it can, these motors aren't that beat up because the tune is still hanging in. Battery's bouncing back to 3.5. So yeah, that's just a heavy propeller mainly issue. I'm used to these tiny little 31 millimeter bi-blades, nice and lightweight. This thing has big giant 35 millimeter tri-blades. And even though the motor is bigger, it's not enough bigger to be able to spin the props up and down nearly as fast as what I'm used to, which I'm going to show you in a minute. I'm going to fly an Ultimate Freestyle TinyWhoop in a minute, and you're both going to be able to hear the difference in the props winding up and down, and you're going to see a big difference in the poppiness when I stab the throttle, and it just jumps up into the air. So hang on a second. We also haven't gotten any extra runtime from the bigger propellers, right? These batteries are coming in at like 2.5 minutes. Yeah, bigger propellers don't really get you much extra runtime. Saving weight does. And with bigger propellers typically comes extra weight. So any benefit that you would get from the bigger propeller goes out the window because of the extra weight. That's something that happens an awful lot with TinyWhoops. We see it with the bigger quads, but there's more going on with the bigger quads because they can lift more weight, so you can just offset it with a bigger battery. We really can't do that on these. We have like one battery that outperforms all the rest by a country fucking mile. Here we go. Last battery on this rig. Did I just Stevie Wonder that whole one? Hector says how many quads has the Schnauzzy Schnauzer eaten? None, actually. He's really nice about quads. He kind of like fronts like he's gonna eat them, but then he doesn't. This flies really decent. I do not hate the way this flies. I do not love the way that this flies, but I do not hate it. And I hate everything, so that's an accomplishment. Easy. Ah! Oh my god, what was that? I just pushed the stick in a strange direction. There's a lack of crispness because of what we were just talking about. There's a lack, like, it just feels very lazy, like throwing it up and doing these like roll then pitch things. It feels very heavy and imprecise, which I don't love. I mean, it's not the end of the world. Like, we can still do some pretty serious stuff, but I would rather have something that's, I mean, you'll see it in a minute. You'll see the difference in a minute. But this is cool, man. This is a really cool way to use that. Uh-oh. That's never good. That's the... so I've got a gray screen. You guys have static. Since we don't have OSD, that is the VTX potentially exploding on this. Let's cycle the power to see if it magically comes back. Maybe it just had like a little voltage spike and it over voltage protectioned itself or something like that. Nope, we killed the VTX.
Telemetry recovered. Low battery.
Damn it.
Telemetry lost.
That was really fun. It's not the VTX antenna coming off. That wouldn't... We would still get a little bit of video. We wouldn't just get straight static like this.
Telemetry low battery.
Yeah, no, that's the VTX letting go. And with an AIO, once the VTX goes, that's it. You're done. There's nothing you can fix. There's nothing you can change. There's nothing in Betaflight. Yeah, that's just the VTX blowing up. Man. Okay, well.
Telemetry lost.
Damn it. Okay. I do have an extra one, but this one's all set up and bound and all that good stuff. So that'll be the end of flying this on today's stream. I will eventually swap this back over because that was kind of fun to fly. Really good example of heavier rigs inside. Here's what I'll say. This is the best of... This is better than any 75mm rig that I've flown inside the house. Not nearly as good as the 65s, but pretty decent, man. Pretty good. I was actually pretty impressed by that while it lasted. This is the Ultimate Freestyle TinyWhoop on 702 32,000 kV motors. And this is the same battery that I was just flying. It's discharged down to 3.9, but let's just keep beating on it. This AIO does this weird thing where it looks all strange like this, but then it's fine. Come on, goddammit. Ah, goggles, come on, work, live. Thank you. Yeah, this AIO has taken a lot of abuse over the years, and it is on its way out. For some reason, it won't even connect to elrs. Oh, I've got the wrong module in, that's why. Hold on. Damn, dude, that hummingbird just imploded. I mean, that was a kind of a hard slam. Wasn't that hard? I mean, it was hitting concrete, not concrete. It was hitting carpet. So here's that same battery. Look at the like. Ready, watch. See how it jumps? It just jumps up in the air. And now listen to the props spin down, even on a dead battery. Listen to them spin down after I chop the throttle. Ready? See how it's just whop. It's not wah. What? The heavier propellers have that extra momentum. There's such an incredible sharpness to these builds. That was weird. I thought I was going to hit myself in the head, and I actually closed my eyes. That was a little weird. And then it just backed into hell. And now it's stuck. All right, hold on. Oh, God. Where even is it? There it is. Yeah. Cannot hold a candle to these, but if you want something different, hey! No. Let's get a fresh battery on here, and you'll really get to see the chaos. Damn, yeah, not bad. Like I said, best of the bigger builds that I've flown inside the house. I don't really know why you would do it. We're getting less runtime, 2.5 minutes. On this rig, we're going to get 3 minutes, you'll see. Slightly worse flight performance. Yeah, I mean, more after it spins the motors up, there's maybe more power, but not really. Because I guess you could do that build and then put it onto... Oh, I blipped it just a little bit too late to get the momentum stopped and then do a reverse dive there. Oh, fart. Yeah, doesn't really do anything better. You could make the argument that with the new 802EX 33,000 kV motors, maybe if you've got like a really big space, it would make a bunch of extra power over these 702 rigs, I don't think it's going to make that much extra power. Stop hitting the ground! Oh, boy. Come on now. Here we go. Let's get it figured out. There it is. Oh, I hit the second gate. Let's get a little mirror flip going. Yeah, that was a decent one. That was more of like a... Stop it! That was more of a throttle chop mirror flip. Let's do a proper mirror flip. Start at the bottom. Get as close as you can. Ah, I went a little bit too high. A little bit too high. Oh, that was a good one! That was a good one! Let's try to get one more. Sneak up on it. Not as good. Not as good. Try one more. Try one more. Ah! Serve us right. Oh, I love it. Oh, there it is. There it is. I didn't let it fall all the way to the bottom. Which is the ultimate. But I can't do that consistently. Hey, what was that? I haven't done in a while. Oh god, that was weird. Hold on. Oh, okay. Didn't plan that, but I'll take it. Ah! Maybe I don't do it a lot because I don't like it. I fire it straight up that dive tunnel thing and then dive it back down. Like that. It's hard to get out of that, though. It's such like a... There's such a narrow path here to get out, you know what I mean? Between the chairs and the drum set. There we go. So there's... Oh, just under 3 minutes. 2:47. I usually get right at about 3 minutes. This is probably a blue marker. It sure is. Blue marker battery. This is one of the older ones. Last battery on the ultimate freestyle. The old ultimate freestyle TinyWhoop. The old... Man, I can't believe the VTX went. I mean, I'm tempted to plug it back in, but it's not just going to magically fix itself by sitting there. Like, the VTX is broken. It like, just is. Oh my god! I can't usually link two in a row that quickly. That was smexy. Oh god, no! That was I was off. I was off to the side. I was trying to make a correction. Here's the ultimate freestyle TinyWhoop upstairs, in case you were wondering. Still loads of power. You know, like that. The Meteor Pro build, like, yeah, it had good power, but so does this, man. And this is only 32,000. You could even get more power up at the 36,000 kV motors. Well, that prop wash, I mean, that was a... I flew that poorly, admittedly, but... Oh, let me see if I can get a little bit more pid gain out of this. To clean up that... prop wash. Oh wow, I already have it all the way up at 1.6. I'm gonna leave it. Just fly better, bro. Get good, bro. Hello, Teddy Spaghetti! Hello, little boy! Look at you, look at you. Let me power loop you. God, this dog is the best. I swear to God, we now have, like, the best dog. He's turned into a little snuggly bastard. That was, like, the one thing that he wouldn't do was, like, snuggle us. He would just constantly want us to throw toys. But it makes sense. He's a year and a half old, right? But, yeah, he's finally found the joy of just shutting up and laying on top of us and getting scratches. So that's been great. He really is turning into, like, such a good dog. He's... Yeah, we got lucky. Oh, boy. Okay. That's interesting. How did that even work? Oh, God! Let's see. Did it tie some knots in my hair? It sure did. It sure did tie some fucking knots in my hair. Damn it. Yeah, let's see if I can show you. There it is. There it is. Just in a split second, it comes out though. You just sit here. You just sit here and do this with your fingernails, and it comes out. Battery is currently at 3.7 volts. I've almost got the newly added curls removed from my hair. There we go. Minimum link quality was 100%. That's pretty damn good. Maximum G-force was 2.3. All right, I got it out. Last little bit here. Ah! I didn't throw it up quite enough for that. I'm gonna try to get a really big one of those going. What subject can I use for that throw? I love using the couch. Let's do it from back here. Big one. Oh, just that big old delay, man. I love it. I love just laying it out and letting it sit. Oh, this battery's dead. Oh, God. Oh, God. Get on the desk. There we go. That was a long one. Jesus Christ, it's 7 o'clock? 4 hour stream. What? How did that happen? I thought like 3 hours would be... Wow. Those of you that have hung in here the whole time, what the fuck is wrong with you? What are you doing with your life? Why? I'm just kidding. I meant to say thank you. Thank you for hanging. 0802 EX 19,000 kV motors are available if you're doing underground Whoop League racing. That's the spec motor size in kV. Message me if you want a set or two. I have 2 sets. I've got absolute tons of M2 hardware all organized out. So if there's any specific like M2x6 hardware that you need, I've got you. I'm selling this set of 1002 Hype Train Dime motors. They do have to be direct soldered. They are 1002 24,000 kV. And that's about it. Those are all the things that I got going on. Thanks for hanging, friends. I'm freezing. I'm going to go get under the blankets and die. Let's put a battery on this real quick just to make sure that miraculously the VTX hasn't come back to life. Let me slap it. No. That's what broke it. That's not going to fix it. Damn, dude. That sucks. I'm probably about 30 batteries into this Hummingbird V3 to give you some idea of how long it lasted. The first Hummingbird V3 I had Blue Jay 0.20 and it promptly exploded, but Blue Jay 0.20 is known to have problems. This is the replacement one that they sent me, which I put Blue Jay 0.16 on, and it's been completely fine until this VTX blew up. And this is me just slapping it on the desk to see if the VTX will come back to life, and of course it won't. That's a shame. I was actually going to keep this together. I was going to keep this put together for a while, and like maybe fly it outside, stuff like that. But yeah, now I have to get the replacement Hummingbird out, and I'll tell you what. Like, if I have to tear this thing apart to swap the AIO out, I'm gonna put the AIO into this other frame with the 0702 29,000s because this just flew better. So yeah, I mean, here's what I can say: if you want to build an indoor outdoor rig, if you can't build 2, one for indoor, one for outdoor, that's really the move. The move is to have one rig for inside, one rig for outside. If you absolutely cannot do that and you have to just have one, this is a good option. This is a really good option, I think. because this is way better than the 75mm rigs indoors. I don't know how this is outdoors, but I can kind of tell that it would be pretty good. Maybe go with the 802EX 33,000 kV motors. Worst case scenario, you just motor loon them down a little bit. Very interesting build. I'm glad that we did this. I'm sad that the AIO blew up. But yeah, we got a couple batteries out of it. I learned everything that I needed to know about this, so that's good. Freeloader says, somehow my Happy Model AIO has BLS 16.8. Jesus. Bob Bruce says, I have CiottiFPV playing on my computer, my bedroom, TV, phone. I do dad things while I watch. Nice. Unluckiest Number says, can you give a close-up view of the AIO frame to see if there are any breaks, cracks? No, that's not how these things fail. Most failures of our components, our electronic components, happen on like a microscopic scale. One of the minuscule little tiny solder joints on a pin of one of the chips will lose contact. And yeah, you just can never see the problem. I guess if we contacted NewBeeDrone and asked them which of the chips are responsible for the VTX stuff, we could then put this under one of those fancy microscope jobbies, and we might be able to see one of the pins has like lifted or the pad broke below it. But yeah, you can, without fancy equipment and a diagram of what each chip is, which is hard to get. Usually the manufacturers won't give you that because, you know, they've spent a lot of time and effort figuring that shit out. It's just sort of pointless to try to troubleshoot this stuff. You know, we ask a lot of these, we smash them into things. It's really no surprise that they break. The fact that they survive any of these crashes is pretty impressive. We have found some electrical components that are incredibly durable, and those are the ones that we stick with. You know, this is one failure for the Hummingbird. I have not heard a rash of people saying that their Hummingbird VTXs have died, so I'm not, you know, I can't necessarily say that this is like a common thing. I could have just hit it absolutely perfectly wrong. So yeah, but that's a bummer. It's not a bummer. I flew it enough to learn everything I needed to learn. The propellers are too heavy, and that was going to drive me nuts. So even flying it outside, yeah, this is fine. Learned what I got to learn. I'll pull it out of here. I'll put the new one into this frame over here with the 702s, 29,000s, and away we go. Kevin Sumner, yeah, he says you could try to bake it like an old Xbox 360 fix. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I would want to bake the whole thing though, and then it would melt the plastic. If I'm pulling it apart, it's I have the extra Hummingbird. I might as well just throw it in. Kevin Sumner says, helicopter, helicopter. Thanks for hanging, friends. I gotta go. I'm gonna start to lose my mind. CiottiFPV.com to support me. I greatly appreciate it. You guys are the goddamn best. Joining my Patreon helps the most. And it is the only way that I've been able to continue to do this. If you want to see the channel keep taking off and test more expensive stuff, go from the $3 tier to the $5 tier. It'll enter you in to win some giveaways. Buy a shirt over on the Teespring store. Buy some stuff on Etsy. Book some one-on-one time with me. Loads of different ways that you can further your FPV experience and support the gangliest son of a bitch of all time. Love you guys. Be good. Have an awesome rest of your weekend. And I will see you tomorrow night at 10 o'clock. Let's play a little bit of this, a little bit of this, a little bit of this. Here's some flying at a really cool spot in Alpharetta that I promptly got kicked out of. Same spot as the beginning of the stream. 5-inch glide, 600 grams, all up weight, session 5. Later, friends.